And good to see everybody. I'm not gonna-
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Weigertsman. Today is Friday, February 7th, 2025. This is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Johnson, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective as of October 1st of 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity you've displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified to review all statutory documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I am panel member Barry.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Robert Sazowskis.
Also present this morning, we have Ms. Farabello for observation purposes. And also in attendance, we have attorney Michael Whitley. Attorney Whitley, can you please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Attorney Michael Whiteley, my juris number is 442848. Business address is 146 White Street, Danbury, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. And the woman with you as well, if you don't mind also identifying yourself for the record, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Sandra Ward. I'm the social worker for the Public Defender's Office, LCSW, 146 White Street, Danbury, Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also present this morning, we have State's Attorney Ann Mahoney. Attorney Mahoney, if you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Good morning, Ann Mahoney, 120 School Street, Danielson, Connecticut, 306-688.
Thank you very much. Also present this morning, we have Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Johnson, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Yep. Duane Johnson, number 205961.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Johnson, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions?
No.
And are you willing to proceed at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. So as previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Duane Johnson, inmate number 205961. Mr. Johnson is serving a sentence of 6 years flat with no probation to follow for felony murder, burglary in the first degree with a deadly weapon, larceny in the third degree, and 20 counts of stealing firearms. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place. It has been reviewed and shows that he's completed the following programs, which include alternatives to violence, both basic and advanced, people and as well as people empowering people. He's currently in the Vet Dog program and is participating in the New Thoughts program. He also reportedly participated in the Lifers group. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Johnson, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Duane, and I would like to start by thanking parole board members for their time and consideration. I also thank Parole Officer Weigertsman for preparing all the materials to be submitted. For the countless hours, visits, and guidance, I thank my defense team members Michael Whiteley, Owen Smith, Sandy Ward, and Sharon Grace. Lastly, I thank my friends and family, many of whom have sent letters of support and are watching today. I want to start my statement by saying that I am directly responsible for the death of State Trooper Russell Bagshaw. Saying those words and understanding their full weight of meaning has taken over 20 years to come to terms with. Even though I never pulled the trigger that fateful day, my choices and actions directly contributed to his death. For the past 33 years, I have thought about and replayed that day in my head. I have come up with every possible excuse from being only 18 years old to it was all my brother's fault. But after every excuse, there is the truth. The truth is I was there, and I willingly helped my brother steal guns from the land and sea. If I had not been involved in the burglary, State Trooper Bagshaw would be alive today. That night, I had countless opportunities to stop myself from engaging in criminal behavior, but I chose to help unload the guns from the store. When I walked across the field the first time and realized that Terry's plan was to rob a gun store, I didn't say no. I didn't try to stop Terry, and I didn't turn and walk away. I stayed and helped. That decision to stay and help was not me being influenced by Terry. It was my choice. After the shooting of State Trooper Bagshaw, I didn't rush over to try and help him. I fled. That was a choice I made. That night and the next day, I could have gone to the police station and turned myself in, but I did not. 2 days before the tragic events of that night, my father was washing dishes in the kitchen. I was at the dining room table. He turned to me and said, "If you keep hanging out with Terry, you're going to get into trouble." At the time, part of me knew what he was saying was true, yet I ignored his warning. My history with my brother was complicated. In many ways, we were different. I was 9 years old when my mother abandoned me, my father, and my brothers. My father was a hard worker, and while he was doing what was necessary to take care of us on his own, my brothers raised me. I was the youngest. I loved them and looked up to them. Terry and I were closest in age. I always wanted to hang out and be with him. This was not the first time we got into trouble together. My father wanted something better for me. He felt I was younger and still had the chance to make something of my life. I wanted something better for myself. I enlisted in the National Guard. I wanted to make something of my life, make my father proud. Terry was on a different path. I knew it at the time, yet I ignored all the warnings. I'm not going to pretend that I was completely innocent. At the time, I was stealing car radios to make money. Each time I stole them and was rewarded with money, I crossed the line. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I should have stopped. I should have held myself accountable and focused on my future and all the good things I had in my life. My failure to do that resulted in so much pain and trauma for State Trooper Russell Bagshaw, his family, his friends, other first responders, and the community who did not feel safe because of my actions. Apologizing and saying how sorry I am, no matter how true, is simply hollow and meaningless. But I am so sorry for taking State Trooper Russell Bagshaw from all of you. I was a stupid 18-year-old kid who didn't care or understand that actions have consequences when I first came to prison. I had so many regrets. I was depressed and I even tried to end my life. With the help of DOC mental health professionals, mentors, and the unconditional love of my father, I started to focus on the future and do what I could to make amends. I used every minute of every day and every opportunity DOC provided to better allow success in life after incarceration. I obtained my GED and became state certified as an electronic technician after completing a 3-year course. I also have been certified in the field of commercial cleaning. While here, I asked to be signed up for every rehabilitation program available to inmates, and I participated in rehabilitative programs such as Alternative to Violence 1 and 2, where I learned strategies, skills, and better ways to interact with others. While incarcerated, I found ways to be of service to others through the Lifers program and the America's Vet Dog program. I recently became certified in training service dogs for disabled American veterans and first responders. The training and work I did have been a profound experience. It was much more than learning how to train Labradors. In fact, the puppies taught me more than I could ever teach them. Faster than I could teach them to sit or stand or open a door, they showed me what it means to care for someone other than myself. I learned compassion, humility, love, and joy through the work. I'm privileged to be a part of this program, and I hope the deserving recipients of these amazing dogs reap the same benefits that I have. To play a small part in helping disabled vets, first responders, and dogs find each other is a gift I'll always cherish. Today, I continue to work with the dogs, participate in every learning opportunity I am afforded through DOC. I've gained so much and hope to be able to continue to learn, grow, and give back to the community when released. I'm 52 years old. I've lived almost 2/3 of my life in prison. I came in as an employee, and I'm doing what I can to make sure that I leave as a man with better values, skills, and training. I am blessed to have the support of friends and family who have promised me a home, financial and emotional support, and practical help such as clothing and transportation when I am released. With their help and with what I have gained while incarcerated, I feel I am prepared for the many challenges that I will face returning to society. I didn't know that I was going to be given the opportunity to be before this board until a year ago. I am sorry to the victim's family for having to go through this again and opening old wounds. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share in how I've changed, how I'm not the same person I was before, and how very sorry I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your opening statement. We appreciate your expressing remorse and accepting responsibility for your actions. So what we are going to do today is ask you some questions after reviewing your documents. We will turn the hearing over when we are done with our questions to the Office of Victim Services for input. I believe then we'll hear from the state's attorney's office, and then your attorney will be afforded an opportunity to speak. So that's the way that this hearing will go today. I just want everyone to know that we have reviewed all the documents that were submitted by your attorney, both from your from this board and all your transcripts, PSI. We are well versed in this case. We know exactly what transpired, how things transpired, and we still, believe it or not, have questions. So, Ms. Palmieri, we'll start with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Johnson, as the chair mentioned, we've reviewed all the documents associated with your case, including any arrest reports, pre-sentence report transcripts, and what has been submitted by your attorney. We are not here to retry the case, but we do need to talk about the offense conduct. I did hear in your opening statement acceptance of responsibility. I believe your words were that you were directly responsible and that you do take full responsibility. So let's talk about that evening briefly. So you were with your brother?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left, you had spent some time with your brother throughout the day, and then you went with him. What was the purpose of going out at night?
At first, he wanted to go to a party that he said he knew about at the housing for Yukon, and then it turned into going out and stealing car stereos.
And you were readily willing to participate in the theft of those stereo systems?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at what point did it turn into going to the gun store and stealing the firearms?
What happened was We pulled into an abandoned house, and Terry told me to wait in the car, and he came back about 20 minutes later and had me come with him, and that's when I realized that it was a gun store.
Was there any discussion with your brother at the time that we shouldn't be doing this? Let's go.
Sadly, very little on my part. I questioned it, but I went along with it.
And when you say you questioned it, what do you mean by that?
I never did anything like that before in my life, and I didn't think it was a good idea, but I did it.
And at some point you're removing, from what I've read, you're removing the guns through a window
Yes,
store and you are outside the building.
yes.
And you're the one that spotted the headlights coming down the driveway.
We both saw the headlights. Terry was standing next to me.
And who identified that it was a state trooper coming down the road?
We didn't know that it was a police officer until the car came around the corner of the building.
And can you briefly describe the events that took place after that?
I froze. I was scared. I knew I was in big trouble. And my brother, he said he had to shoot. And I just stood there. All I could say was no, and just stood there and did nothing. I didn't try to stop him. I didn't try to warn the police officer. I froze.
Why do you think that he felt that he had to shoot at the trooper as opposed to just dropping everything and going?
I honestly have no idea. We never even talked about it after the crime.
The two of you never discussed the circumstances after you left the scene?
I couldn't even believe what happened. I felt like I was in a bad dream, and I just was numb and scared.
You were arrested approximately 2 days after the incident, the shooting?
Yes.
And in that 2-day period, what transpired?
I went home. I thought about talking to my dad, and I couldn't do it. I was embarrassed. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I just was going through the motions.
And at what point did the police come to you, or did you go to the police?
They were at my house. They came to my house.
And was your father with you at that time?
No, he was in the driveway with the police, talking to him, and I was coming home from dropping my other brother off. I don't remember where I brought my brother Robert, but when I came home, I saw the police cruiser and police standing in the driveway with my father, and I kept driving.
And at what point did you, were you questioned by the police and arrested?
About 15 seconds after I drove by the house, I knew I had to go home and deal with what I did. So I turned around and went back to the house.
And then what?
The detectives asked my dad if they could talk to me in the kitchen. And that's when I gave my statement.
And where was your brother when all this was happening?
He was arrested the night before in a bar in Jewett City.
So he was already in custody, or had he been arrested and released?
I believe he was charged with disorderly or something.
So you've been incarcerated since that day that you were questioned, is that right?
Yes.
And you confessed to your role in the offense, in the shooting, identifying your brother also as a participant in it, and the shooter, the person that shot the trooper. You chose to take the case to trial, although you were offered a lesser sentence at the time. I think my notes indicate at one point you were offered 45 years for the right to argue for less, and at another point 50 years with a right to argue for less. What did you think the benefit was to going to trial?
I didn't. It wasn't a benefit at the time. I couldn't wrap my head around the charge. I couldn't believe that I was guilty. I couldn't take responsibility for what I did, and I refused to listen to the attorneys. They tried explaining the charge to me, but I couldn't understand it. And at the time, I felt that it was an unfair charge and consequently sentenced.
And you were initially sentenced to life without parole and then resentenced to 60 years.
Yes.
So at what point in your sentence did you sit back and take responsibility?
It wasn't overnight. It took decades to understand my role and my involvement caused the death of State Trooper Bagshaw.
When you say decades, 10 years, 20 years, you've served approximately what, 33 years so far?
Yes.
Okay.
At least 20 years to understand my role.
And when you say understand your role, how is it that you see your role in taking responsibility?
I see that my actions caused his death. If I stopped my brother, if I didn't get involved in the crime, he would be alive today.
In your opening statement, you answered a few questions I think that I had, and I would also guess my panel members had, in terms of why you didn't stay and help the trooper, or why prior to that you didn't just grab your brother and pull him out of there and say, let's go.
I was scared. I knew I was in trouble and I didn't know what to do. So I just stood there.
Did you do a lot with your brother, Terry?
A lot as in, we grew up together. I always tried to hang around with him because he was my older brother.
So in terms of taking responsibility, there's many ways in which individuals express remorse, show that they take responsibility. Can you talk a little bit about, in your view, how you've taken responsibility other than the verbal words?
For the past 33 years, I've tried my best and done everything I can to better myself and learn from my mistakes. I've taken as many programs as I possibly could. I joined hospice as a volunteer for dying inmates. When the opportunity arose, I got on board with the vet dog program to be able to try to give back to people that needed dogs, because they're amazing. Being a part of that program is it's awoken something in me that I had thought was gone.
I did read pretty extensively about your passion for the program, and
Yes.
you said in your opening statement what you are getting from the program, in addition to what you're training the dog to do to help in the community. So, what do you think that a crime such as yours, what do you think the impact is on the victim in a case like yours?
The impact on the victim and family is more than I can even comprehend. It's a loss of a family member, friend, a police officer. What I did, I don't think I have the words to say what I did, how it impacted everybody.
What do you think the impact is on the community?
Scared. I remember right after the crime, seeing it on the news, people didn't know what was going on. It ended up, laws were changed. Police officers were more on guard. I basically devastated the state and everyone in it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I basically devastated the state of Connecticut and everyone in it.
I mean, the impact of crimes such as this are, it's almost hard to put in a category, just the ripple effect that it has on the communities and the law enforcement community as a whole, which, across the country. You mentioned through acceptance of responsibility, you tried to be a better person, to make yourself a better person, and you've taken a number of programs for that. You mentioned, we talked about the vet dog program. You talked about how that has helped you and how you feel you will help the community by training these dogs. And then you took the alternative violence program. And I have a note that says you learn to handle situations differently. Do you recall mentioning that?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you mean by that? How you would handle situations differently? And what types of situations?
Yes. The main thing that I learned from it is to stop and listen to other people, to truly hear what they have to say to me, and try to look at it through their point of view. And not to sit back and think before responding, and not reacting in a negative manner.
And those skills, are they something that you can give us an example of how you benefited from them recently?
Yes. A few months ago, Osborn Correctional, the water main broke and there was no water, and the entire facility was authorized bottled water, and we didn't have water for a couple of days, and about a day into us not having water, well, we were in the dog program. We're given extra water for us and the dogs, and a CO came on one of the shifts that I don't know where her normal post was, but she came to my cell and did a random inspection, and she took up all my water and said, you're not allowed to have these. So instead of arguing with her or telling her that it is allowed, I just said, okay. And I've waited till the next shift change when they handed out more bottles of water. Because I knew that she was in her rights to take the water even though it was authorized, and there was no reason to try to argue otherwise.
Do you see that as a situation where you used your good listening skills or better listening skills and communication skills?
Definitely listening skills, and I took the time to think before I said anything that could have jeopardized my position in the dog program. And in reality, it was a small thing because I was able to get water from another participant in the program. So I think before I took any of the alternative to violence and people empowering people, I would have said something basically stupid and argued, and it gave me the opportunity to think before I spoke.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you about the Lifers group, and I know that some of these programs you've done fairly recently, like the People Empowering People, but you did the Lifers group, a few years back when you were at McDougall and at Cheshire, correct?
Yes, approximately 20 years in the Lifers program.
Okay. So I read in your information and what you said to the parole officer that it helped you manage your long-term incarceration. So I would say if you've done that program for about 20 years, that's correlates to that time frame that you spoke earlier to where you were still coming to terms with taking responsibility. So can you talk about the Lifers group a little bit and how that one helped you manage a lifetime of a lifelong sentence, incarcerated and taking responsibility for the events?
Yes. Basically, anyone that was in the Lifers group had a 40-year or more sentence, and it was pretty much a two-part program where it was discussion on how to deal with doing time and the issues and problems that we all had, and it was a really good learning experience when I first went to McDougall, talking to people that were locked up for 20, 30 years, of how they coped and dealt with it. And I remember one of the participants in the program, they just basically told me, you got to do the time. You have two choices. Either you do the time, be a better person, or you can go hang up. And I wanted to be a better person. The other part of the program was we were able to take photos in the visiting room to raise money for local charities and donations.
And what is the significance of that? Tell me why that's important to mention.
It was important because it made me feel proud of that I was actually doing something to help someone other than myself and people that I didn't even know.
20 years is a long time to be a part of a group. Is there anything else that occurred in that time frame that you were participating in the Lifers group? Were you mentored? Did you do any mentoring while you were in that group?
At first, I was definitely mentored. I was angry and didn't know how to deal with doing so much time. And every week that we had the program, just listening and understanding. And as time went on, I wasn't the new guy in the program anymore. There were people younger than me coming in. And I tried to give the same advice that I was given that helped me manage my incarceration.
I also note that you are currently participating in the New Thoughts program. How long have you been doing that?
I've been in it approximately 2 weeks.
And tell me why you think that's an important group for you to be taking right now. Why do you think
It helps you look at situations differently. Most people have a way of looking at a situation one way, and it's trying to show you that there's other ways to look at situations. The more you can look at a situation in different aspects, the more you can understand what the situation is that you're in.
And it's, would you say it's similar or a nice follow-up program to the People Empowering People?
It's different. People empowering people was about, for me, was learning to use my voice to come out of my shell around groups of people. I'm not a very social person. I keep my conversations to a minimum with few people, and it's a slow process to be able to open up. And like I said, new thoughts is different in seeing things differently.
All right, thank you for that. You know, you've taken a number of programs that we would hope that you would be able to participate in and complete. There are some other programs that are probably would be beneficial to you, like the Voices program. Have you heard about the Voices program?
Yes, I'm signed up for the Voices program. I should be taking that program as soon as New Thoughts is completed.
So you're on the wait list for when you finish. Are there any other programs that you know of that you think would be beneficial to you?
No, I don't know of any other programs.
You completed your GED while you were incarcerated?
Yes.
Had you given any thought to continuing your education?
For education, I think of myself as a blue collar worker. I worked 10 years in maintenance as an electrician. It was an amazing thing to learn how to be an electrician. Sadly, I can't get my license through it. When I do get out of prison, I would like to either be a licensed electrician or a CNC machinist.
I did see both of those noted in your release plan, that those are vocational skills you'd like to pursue.
Yes.
I think the other area that we look at when we review your file is your disciplinary history. And I do note that you have a total of 8 disciplinary reports. The majority of them occurred before you were sentenced. Then you had 1995, you had a ticket shortly after you were sentenced. And then 2002, then there's almost a 20-year gap to where in 2021, you had a ticket for fighting. And when I review your explanation of it, you said that you were struggling with some personal issues. Your sister had passed away. Can you talk a little bit about that ticket and why you weren't able to use some of these skills that you probably learned in the Alternatives to Violence program or through your daily work there to manage that situation more positively?
Yes. I didn't take Alternative to Violence and People Empowering People after the ticket. Like I had it written, my sister just recently passed. It's not an excuse. There is no excuse for getting into trouble. But I felt like the pressure that I hadn't felt in years. I was working commissary, and at the time during COVID, the institution, the commissary was getting shut down. So we were working 10-hour shifts, and it piled on, and I had words with another inmate, and I broke. I couldn't deal with it. I dealt with the situation poorly. I wish I was able to have taken AVP and people empowerment before, because it was a situation that didn't mean anything. It was just a silly argument that I let escalate, and I regret it, because I for 19 years I did everything that I needed to do to be a better person, and I failed in a moment.
Truthfully, it was disappointing to see and to read. And even though as you said, you hadn't really taken any programs, you had managed to work and live in the facility without any troubles for close to 20 years, which is what the panel looks for and sort of expects with individuals as they mature and become more of a role model in the facility, that you don't involve yourself in situations such as that. You did say that you have worked at the facilities as an electrician for almost 10 years.
Yes.
All right, and then you worked in the commissary. You mentioned briefly volunteering in hospice. You have a number of very positive evaluations from all of your work assignments. There was one evaluation in September 2021 where you received a very poor evaluation for one day. Do you recall that?
Yes, it was just a month or two before I received the DR for the fight. The pressure was building, and I had an off day. I just sat at my workstation, and I did very little work, and I was asked to step up to the plate and do my job. And instead of talking to the supervisor and saying I just couldn't deal with it that day, and if I could take time off or take a break, I just sat there and did very little work.
Would you describe the situation as being defiant?
Excuse me?
Would you describe your attitude at the time as being defiant?
I wouldn't say defiant, but at the moment, I just didn't want to do anything.
Sounds like it was somewhat of a bad stretch for you, those few months.
Yes, in the 4 years in commissary, that was the one time that I didn't perform my duties as I was asked to. I've gotten work reports from commissary for good work most of the time, and they said it was just going through a bad time, and I handled it poorly.
How did you bring yourself out of that? Looks like it was a couple of months where you were feeling, I'm going to use the word overwhelmed.
Yeah, I took a positive out of receiving the DR. I was a level 3 for several years, and I asked to be transferred to Osborn to get a fresh start. And when I came to Osborn, the doors opened for me to be able to take programs, since I was at a lower level, close to discharge date. And that's when I was able to sign up for the programs that I took, and I found out about the vet dog program, and people that I knew from Lifers Group and being incarcerated for 30 years went to bat for me. And amazingly, DOC took the chance on me and gave me the opportunity to become part of the program. And I feel in a strange way that receiving that DR helped me, because it gave me opportunities that I never had before, and I'm grateful for the opportunities that I've been given.
I would say it helped you refocus,
Yes.
reset your priorities. I do, for the record, I do want to say we reviewed a lot of evaluations from your work history there at the facility, because you haven't taken very many programs, and the ones you've taken have been very recent, but you have worked the majority of your time incarcerated. And except for that one evaluation that we just spoke about, they've all been very favorable, excellent, good. Spoke about your enthusiasm, that you work well with others, that you are respectful, and that you were somebody they could depend on to train new employees. So there were a lot of positives as well, but it does seem like that disciplinary report, that core evaluation helps you to get out of that routine. Are there skills that you think you've acquired, either through work or through the programs, that will help you in the community?
One of the things that I've learned, and my father tried instilling it in me as a kid, is work ethic. Do something you enjoy, do something you love. Through hard work and taking on a job that you enjoy, you learn responsibility, and it means a lot to me, and I wish I could have learned it sooner. I have a knack for fixing things and building things, and I really want to continue on that route when I do discharge.
And I saw that was part of your release plan, that you talked about either CNC machinist or an electrical apprentice.
Yes.
So if you were to be interviewing for a job, what sort of skills could you tell them that would make you a favorable employee, especially because you'll be coming out with no work history?
Yes. Well, like I said, I have 10 years experience as an electrician. I also have a year of experience as working in a metal shop. Cheshire has a program in industries where they make road signs and reflectors for the state highways. And I set that whole shop up. I learned how to run the machines by myself because no one knew how to do it. And when I figured out how to operate machines and make all the signs and reflectors, I would teach other people how to do it. And then after a year of doing that, they promoted me to laser engraving, where I learned Photoshop and Illustrator. And
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your release plan. You proposed to live with your brother in California.
yes.
He has been contacted, he sent letters, his wife sent letters. You had a number of letters of in support, people offering to help you in the community, provide you housing, help you in other ways if needed. So there were quite a few letters from friends. Why did you look to live with your brother in California? Why do you think that is a positive place for you to be?
There's several factors that make it a positive. It's a fresh start in another state. My brother, he's a 20-year Marine Corps veteran, and he works for the military as a contractor, and he definitely is a Marine, and he's told me in no uncertain terms what he expects of me. And knowing that my older brother is going to make sure I'm doing what I need to do it's something most people in my position would never have with his support.
Do you foresee any challenges?
Yes. Yes, I think the first and main challenge will be talking to a potential employer and having to explain why I have no real work history and talk about my conviction that put me in prison for decades. But thankfully, with the help of my team in my reentry program, there's a number of agencies that help get interviews with potential employers that know going in that you're a convicted felon and have access to understanding what your crime was and bond you so that if anything happens that they're insured. Yep.
There was quite a bit of information submitted with programs that have been, I don't know if you did the research or your attorney did the research.
Ms. Ward did. She did an amazing job finding everything.
Yeah, it was quite extensive, very helpful. So talking to employees, that is sort of a given, you know, that'll be difficult. Is there anything else that you see that could be an obstacle or challenging for you?
Yeah, definitely just meeting new people. You know, when I was a kid and out in the world, there was no such thing as the internet. Now everyone has a phone and within 10 seconds, they can find out everything about you. So talking to people, it'll be hard because they're going to know who I am and what I did. And it'll be tough because I know people would ask questions. So what did you do? And I have to tell people that I was involved in a murder.
And talking along those lines, so we have numerous letters in opposition of your release to parole today. Many. A lot of individuals in the community that they have written a letter, they've expressed on social media to news that they're opposed to your early release. What would you say to that? What do you say to individuals who are opposed to your release, who say that you should finish your sentence? You took somebody's life. You took a state trooper's life who was in the community to protect the community. What do you say in response to want to have been given that opportunity to be back in the community?
Well, first, they have every right to oppose my release. It was a heinous crime. A man was killed doing his job, and I was part of it. And I can totally understand why people in the community wouldn't feel safe me being released early. But also, they don't know me. They don't know who I am. They know the horrible actions that I did 33 years ago, but they don't know Duane Johnson of today. And I would hope that they would have an open mind and see who I am now.
Well, why don't you tell us, who is the Duane Johnson today as opposed to who he was back in 1991?
I care. I have an understanding that, like in my statement, actions have consequences. Whether your actions are good or bad, there's going to be consequences. Anything you do in life, it's like dropping a rock in a pond. It has ripple effects. And once you drop that stone in a pond, you can't stop that ripple. And the ripples that I want to make in life now, I want to be positive ripples. I want people to think of me and know me as a person that isn't the 18-year-old kid.
So as and we have these hearings because it has been, science tells us that juveniles under the age of 21, that their brain is underdeveloped. They're impulsive. They don't think about the consequences. So what I'm hearing from you today is that you say you do appreciate the consequences, that you do care. Is there any other ways that you could be telling us how you've changed and evidence of how you've changed that would warrant an early release out on parole?
I guess actions speak louder than words, and for the time that I've been incarcerated, I think I've shown that I'm not that same impulsive, stupid kid that just didn't care about many things. Just sit back and let things go by me. Now, everything that I do, I try to think of what I'm doing and how it's going to affect other people.
The parole officer asked you if you thought your sentence was fair, and you said it was.
Yes. At the time, I couldn't accept it. What I did was fair because, the sentence was fair because I couldn't take responsibility for my actions. I was given an opportunity to be given leniency and mercy, something I didn't give to the trooper. And I refused to accept it. And after all these years, the judge was perfectly right in giving me the maximum sentence because I couldn't accept it.
So, it's only recently that these hearings have come about. So you've been incarcerated for, about 30 years, 32, 31 years before you knew that you were eligible for a hearing of this type. How have you stayed motivated while you've been incarcerated throughout that time? Motivated, hopeful?
I took a lot of advice from my dad. He always would tell me that one day I will be released and do what I can to be a better person. And I loved my dad. I always wanted to make him proud. And I want to keep my word to him and be a better person. And being a better person means learning skills and understanding other people's positions. And he's going now. Even though he's gone, I want him to think of me as someone that I wasn't when I was 18.
Have you had any contact with your brother?
Yes, we have approved permission through DOC to correspond through letters.
Do you know you're coming for a hearing today?
Yes.
Did you have any advice or thoughts about that?
No, we never discuss the case or anything. The only thing that he said about it was that he wished me luck and that he was sorry.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I've asked all my questions. Did I ask questions that you, are there any other questions that you thought I might ask that you talk about? Or is there anything else that you think we should talk about?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Palmieri. Mr. Sadowskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
So you were in the National Guard prior to the murder of Trooper Bagshaw, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you go to basic training?
I went, I enlisted 12/12/89 and January of 1990, I went to basic training at Fort Dix, New Jersey.
So that training is like any other soldier in the Army would go to. It's regular basic training, despite you being in the reserves of the National Guard.
Yes.
So do you recall them teaching you first aid, that kind of thing, basic first aid?
Honestly, vaguely, it was 36 years ago, but I do recall some basic tourniquet applications in that manner.
Yeah, this was during the time of the first Desert Storm, so they probably would have taught you things about first aid, dealing with gunshot wounds, basic, first aid, because those are soldiers that would be going to war, some of them. I know you were in the National Guard, but other people there were in the regular Army, right?
Yes.
So you had like some basic knowledge of first aid, at least.
Yes. Yes.
And you chose on this day not to use what you knew as a soldier to help.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadowskis. So at this time, we're done with our questions. We're going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Vasquez. For victim input, we just ask that you please be respectful of our victims and their statements and not interrupt, okay? Thank you.
Good morning, board members and Madam Chair. Thank you. I had the opportunity to speak with many family members of Officer Bagshaw, and I have several statements that they have asked me to read on their behalf. In addition to that, then we'll have Officer Bagshaw's brother, who's going to read his own statement, and then also Carol Bagshaw, the widow, is also going to be reading her statement. And it reads like this. Dear Board of Pardons and Parole, I am Nancy Backus, sister of Miss Carol Bagshaw, who is the widow of Trooper Russell Bagshaw. For the past 33 plus years, Carol has dedicated her life honoring her beloved husband and supported the many victims who lost loved ones to senseless crimes and deadly actions. In a blink of an eye, I have seen the hopes and dreams of Carol and Russell go from excitement and joy to devastation and despair. This was because of the malicious actions of inmate number 205961. Carol never got the opportunity to have children with her husband. She will never know what life would be like if she had. The legacy they would have built is forever gone. If inmate number 205961 is granted any type of early release, my sister, as well as the community, will be in fear of their lives. In addition, it will make a mockery of the judicial system, showing that the original sentence was a mere suggestion. Please do not allow any form of early release to inmate number 205961. This will cause heartache, worry, and unnecessary stress to Carol, my dear sister, and all of our families. With respect, Nancy Backus. To whom it may concern, I am vehemently opposed to allowing the above-mentioned prisoner to be released early. The statements that are in fact about the case should support continued incarceration. The facts submitted in the case attempting to support early release, including, quote, his lawyer did not do a good job for him, end of quote, are utterly unconscionable in comparison to the young and vibrant life that was taken. Russell Bagshaw, husband, Connecticut State Trooper, and friend because of his actions. Please consider remanding the prisoner back to the original sentence that was set forth in the best faith and wishes of the Connecticut court system at that time. Thank you, Bill Mumford, brother of Carol Bagshaw. To the Parole Board. My name is Chuck Mumford, Carol Bagshaw's brother. I was Russell Bagshaw's friend until that fateful day. He was ambushed and killed on June 5th, 1991. I am writing in strong protest to the early parole of convict Duane Johnson. Back in 2005, the inmate was presented with 3 different offers in exchange for a guilty plea. He refused all of them, and the case proceeded to trial where he was tried by a jury and convicted of all charges. Please never forget, Russell Bagshaw will never get a second chance. Chuck Mumford. To who it may concern. I am opposed to allowing Duane Johnson to be released earlier than his original sentencing. I am the brother of Carol Bagshaw and a childhood friend and a classmate of Trooper Russell Bagshaw. I want to share the impact this crime has caused for my sister and family members, even today, as if the crime had just occurred. The visceral reaction she continues to have every time this event comes up, either by the inmates, by the courts, or in the news, is something I like to see end, so that Carol, friends, and family may fully heal. This recent hearing has caused immense pain and suffering by Carol that is unimaginable even today. It is for these reasons that I recommend the original sentencing be upheld and not revisited again. Sincerely, John Mumford. Dear board members, I am the brother of Carol Bagshaw and would like to go on record as opposed to releasing Duane Johnson earlier than his original court sentencing. I am not sure why being a party to the horrific and senseless death of another human being did not result in the same for those convicted. But the fact that he may be released early is an absolute slap in the face to the wife and the family of the victim. Because of his actions, my sister lost her husband, her dreams, and her future with him. Incredibly harsh consequences as a result of the actions of selfish, heartless criminals. Do not reward this inmate with an early release. The price he is paying is minuscule when compared to the prices paid by Russell, Carol, and all of their family and friends. Criminals, or namely murderers like Duane Johnson, don't deserve and shouldn't expect any leniency. How much leniency did Johnson's brothers show to Connecticut State Trooper Russell Bagshaw? Michael Mumford. To whom it may concern, I am writing to express my opposition to the early release of inmate number 205961. I am the wife of Robert Bagshaw, twin brother of Trooper Russell Bagshaw. Words cannot describe the pain and trauma inflicted the day that Russ was ambushed and murdered. Bob and I received the news of his murder about an hour after giving birth to our son. His wife Carol, Bob and I, his older brother Kenneth, father Harold, grandmother, countless relatives, friends, and his police family were forever changed. The pain of his loss lives on all. The pain of his loss lives on all for 33 years after his senseless murder. Trooper Bagshaw was upholding his sworn duty to serve and protect the citizens of Connecticut. he did not return home that day. I respectfully ask that the board uphold the original sentence that was set forth by the Connecticut court system. Thank you for your consideration, Rhonda Backshaw. To whom it may concern, I am writing to express my opposition to the early release of inmate number 205961. I am the wife of Robert. My apologies, I already read this statement. Madam Chair, this is all the statements that I have. I'm going to open the opportunity to either Bob or Carol to read their own statements. Thank you.
Thank you. You just need to unmute the microphone.
Mr. McDermott, are you able to unmute?
Testing the audio for Carol Bagshaw.
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you now.
Morning, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. My name is Robert Bagshaw, and I am the fraternal twin brother of Trooper Russell Bagshaw. I stand here today on his behalf to share the life he should have been able to lead, the life that was brutally and horrifically taken away from us. Russ was a kind, decent, smart, respectable person who wanted to help people. It became his goal to be a Connecticut State Trooper, to serve and protect the people of Connecticut, and to help achieve the life he wanted to lead. Let us not forget the horrific events that occurred in the early morning hours of June 5th, 1991. My twin brother was ambushed and murdered as he was doing a routine surveillance of the gun store property. As he unknowingly passed by these men lying in ambush, he was shot at, I believe, 17 times as he sat in his cruiser. To this day, I cannot understand why this had to happen. There was ample time for them to leave the scene. This did not have to happen. This was their choice. By staying and lying in ambush, it was clear it was their decision to kill the anonymous trooper. This tragedy affected the whole state. It was 33 years ago when my 28-year-old twin brother was murdered. Recently and often, I meet someone, and upon hearing my name, they ask if I was related to him. We talk, and then they express their own memories and grief about this tragedy. This from people who didn't even know him. Russ is my twin brother, and he is not able to be here today. Every day and every milestone I go through in this life is one I'm sad that he was denied. I'm grateful he was able to marry Carol, who still loves and misses him, and who, to this day, remains his strongest advocate. I love you, Carol. And I'm extremely proud to have you as my sister-in-law. There are innumerable milestones which Russ was denied. A life with Carol, children, the marriage of his children, grandchildren, retirement, just to name a few. In April of 1991, a couple of months before he was murdered, our mom passed away following a medical procedure. At that time, my wife, Rhonda, was about 6.5 months pregnant. And I remember one night, Russ, and I were in the hospital waiting room while my mother was going under a procedure. At that time, we were all sitting around. Russ was able to actually feel the baby. I'll never forget the look on his face. And at that time, thinking, your time will come. All right. Just after 10 p.m. on June 4th, 1991, Rhonda's water broke and we went to the hospital. 7:38 in the morning, her son Kyle was born. About an hour after that, I was in the birthing room with Rhonda, Kyle on her chest. I started making calls to family to announce our news. First call was to Rhonda's parents. He did not answer the phone. Second was to my dad at work. The woman who answered the phone said he wasn't there. She said she did not know who I was, and I pressed for details on my dad because he was worried at that time about layoffs, and I was concerned. She finally told me his son was killed last week. I can't possibly imagine a worse shift of heightened emotions. My first thought as I looked down at my wife and son was, how do I protect them from this? I stayed with them the whole time in the hospital. We all left together a few days later, at which point I dropped them off at home. I put on my suit and I went to Russ's funeral. We always did our best to celebrate Kyle's birthday in a positive way. But there was always extremely sad emotions running in parallel. There were annual memorial services performed that day. Kyle was aware of and frequently attended. The point here is that this tragedy, how much this tragedy affected him as well. When Russ was killed, our dad was still grieving from losing our mom 2 months earlier. The sadness or possibly depression, we don't know, that he was going through led him to not care enough about his own health to seek treatment for medical conditions, which ultimately turned fatal in 1995. He never recovered from the loss of his son. That's just one aspect of how it affects myself and my family. And you can imagine how that occurred over the years. There is another dimension to my statement, and that's regarding the ramifications to law enforcement. It is the duty of these fine officers, which Russ was proudly one of, to serve and protect us. Each one of them knows the risks they take when they put on that uniform. We, as the people of Connecticut, owe it to law enforcement to show them that we stand behind them and how much we appreciate the risks they are taking on our behalf. Remember, this was no accident. This was intentional on their part. Regarding people's rights, remember, Russ had the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He was denied the right to life. It is impossible to revisit or change what happened. This was a horrific yet avoidable crime, not only committed against my twin brother, but against Connecticut law enforcement, which he was so proud to represent. I would like to add as well that we're here today because this was a law change that allowed this to be revisited. He's 18 years old. Let's not forget what we heard earlier today too, that 20 years later, it took him 20 years to recognize the impact of what he did. Would that have changed in those 3 years? In conclusion, I respectfully ask the board uphold the existing sentence set forth by the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. But before I state my opposition, I first want to say that I'm disappointed and frustrated that I can't be right in front of you. That this is being done remotely. Because it's being done remotely, you don't feel me, my presence, my energy. You're getting me in 1D instead of 3D. That's very unimpactful. I wish I was sitting directly in front of you. It might be hard for some people to speak in front of others, and so being remote as an option, I understand and I can appreciate that, but I'm not that person. I want to be right there with you. I just wanted that to be stated. On June 5th, 1991, while conducting the normal functions of a proud Connecticut State Trooper, my husband, Russell Allen Bagshaw, badge number 534, was murdered. 2 days later, on June 7, 1991, Duane Johnson and his brother were arrested for Russ's murder, and ever since, everything has been all about them. My husband is no longer a factor in anything. It's all about them. This is all about him. Every court proceeding, including this one, is about inmate Johnson, his rights, not Russ's rights. None of this is about Russ. Russ is the victim, and he's been forgotten through all of this. Not today, never by me or these people with me today. This is Russ. This is Russ. This is my Russ right here. This is our wedding album. Russ never saw this, wasn't ready before he was killed. He's never seen this. I went from this to this in less than 9.5 months. I'm opposed to the early release of Duane Johnson, inmate number 205961, co-defendant in the murder of my husband, proud Connecticut State Trooper, Russell Allen Bagshaw, badge number 534. I'm going to keep saying that so you won't forget him. This defendant reported that he, along with his brother, was out breaking into vehicles and stealing car stereos. Later that same evening, they moved on to stealing guns from a gun shop. It was at this gun shop that they changed my life forever. Inmate Johnson was so pivotal in the murder of my husband. He announced the presence of a trooper in the area. If not for this action, perhaps my husband wouldn't have been murdered because guns were loaded in anticipation of a confrontation. Upon seeing my husband's cruiser, this inmate could have left the gun shop he was burglarizing, or he could have kept quiet, hid, and hoped my husband wouldn't have seen him and moved on. Or he could have been caught, did some time on a burglary charge, and been released. But inmate Johnson didn't do any of those things. He decided to stay, lie in wait, and be at the ready to ambush my husband. Excuse me, Mom. My husband, proud Connecticut State Trooper Russell Allen Bagshaw, badge number 534, died in a hail of gunfire alone in his car, calling out to the heavens saying, "Oh my God." Russ made no call to dispatch. Inmate Johnson made no attempt to stop this or get help. He ran and left my husband dying alone in his cruiser. The heart that loved me was pumping blood out of his wounds, getting weaker and weaker until there was nothing left. I imagine his last thoughts were of me and how was I going to get along without him. This inmate was afforded a fair trial by a jury of his peers. Russ wasn't. After a lengthy trial, he was convicted and sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for capital felony murder. He appealed this conviction, and some Supreme Court justices decided his sentence should be reduced to life with parole, even though the statute for capital felony murder is meant as a severe punishment to protect law enforcement officers. This inmate applied to receive a retrial, sentence review. He claimed ineffectual counsel, anything he can think of, and now this today. What is the point of having a trial with a sentence, a resentencing by a Supreme Court, applications for sentence review, retrials, etc., if the sentence can repeatedly be changed? Doesn't it mean anything? What's the point of having a sentence if it doesn't mean anything? He has an end of sentence of 2035. Let him complete that sentence. Russ's death sentence will never change. I don't get him back. All of these court proceedings result in our re-victimization. Why is this re-victimization allowed? This has got to stop. I'm sure you hear that all the time. My husband, proud Connecticut State Trooper Russell Allen Bagshaw, badge number 534, is the victim. However, he's not here to oppose the release of the defendant. I, his wife, am. And my sentence has never and will never end. I'm a victim by proxy, as is his twin brother, Robert, the Connecticut State Police Department, as well as the citizens of the state of Connecticut. The state of Connecticut justice system allows for a constant re-victimization of victims. In this proceeding, you have the opportunity to stop that. As a proud Connecticut State Trooper, my husband, Russell Allen Bagshaw, badge number 534, promised an oath to the state of Connecticut. That oath states, I am a Connecticut State Trooper, a soldier of the law. To me is entrusted the honor of the department. I will serve the state of Connecticut honestly and faithfully. And if need be, lay down my life as others have done, rather than swerve from my path of duty. I will be loyal to my superiors, obey the law, and enforce the law without discrimination as to class, color, creed, or condition, and without fear or favor. I will help those in danger or distress, and at all times conduct myself so as to uphold the honor of the department. Russ would never expect the justice system he loved to be a part of would ever let him, his family, his friends, or other troopers down. Hopefully it won't let him down today. This convict has never taken accountability for his actions. He has lied, perjured himself to a judge in an attempt to be granted a new trial. The decision handed down by that court stated in part, quote, having admitted to lying to the police in his sworn testimony at the habeas trial does not enhance the petitioner's credibility factor. He tells what he believes is a self-serving story each time he relates what happened that night, although the story differs in key aspects, end quote. This is who inmate Johnson is. This shows his lack of interest in taking any kind of responsibility or accountability for his actions. He has never shown remorse for his involvement in the murder of Russ. He does not care how his actions affect others. He just wants what he wants. And he's been doing this for 33 and a half years. The murder of my husband did not ruin my life. It ended the life I had with my husband of less than 9.5 months. A life that should have been filled with love, humor, friendship, a life with children, promotions, and someday, hopefully, grandchildren. Instead, I became a 28-year-old widow who never even celebrated a wedding anniversary. This unprovoked, senseless crime changed the trajectory of my life forever. Russ was a phenomenal person. He started his first job at age 14 and stayed at that job until he became a Connecticut State Trooper. He was a man of integrity, intelligence, compassion, and strength. The man I loved was calm and quiet. When he spoke, you listened. He had a positive impact on this world and in his short life. What positive thing has inmate Johnson ever done for someone other than for himself? Everything he's done is to help himself. It's how he feels. My husband, an upstanding citizen, chose a path of service to others, and the defendant chose to be a criminal. I'll close with this. My opposition is not about vengeance, it's about justice. Justice for a servant of the law, much like you are. As the wife of proud Connecticut State Trooper Russell Allen Bagshaw, badge number 534, it is my proud duty, my job, and my honor to continue to fight for Russ's fight for justice. Please keep inmate Johnson in for the remainder of his sentence, 2035. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, is that the end of our statements?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So at this time, each of the attorneys will be afforded the opportunity to make statements. We'll begin with State's Attorney Mahoney. If you have any statements or comments you would like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the board, the panel, for allowing me to speak today. I want to reiterate something that one of the panel members said, which is that these panels exist because of a United States Supreme Court decision after they were in a case given information with regard to research of the development of the brain, and they set forth in their decision, led to panels like this, which reviewed at first just juveniles, children under the age of 18, and then the Connecticut State Legislature approved an extension to the age of 21. In neither that decision nor in the legislation passed was there a sense of every person should be released. Every person, because they were 18 to 21 or under 18, had to have been acting recklessly or impulsively because of their age. That is not in that. And if I've misstated any of that, I'd be more than happy for anyone to correct me. It's mutt. I want to talk about three different areas. One is a false choice, another is societal good, and the third is the lack of true remorse. And I'm going to read to you again from Judge Spada, Justice McDonald, and Judge Fieger. I will try not to repeat what has been previously said to you with regard to them, and I want to read it because I don't want to inaccurately represent what they have said. This case, the case against the Johnson brothers, was the most consequential case of the Windham State's Attorney's Office ever, bar none, went with no disrespect to any other victims, but this was the most important case of this office of all time. The false choice is a suggestion by some that the choice that this panel has today is either to release him now, or when he gets to the end of his sentence, he's just going to be out there with no supports and likely to reoffend. That's not the case. I looked at the decisional information provided to the panel, and it does indicate that he is eligible for a DOC halfway house for community release in 2033. So he would not just be set out there with no help. Additionally, it's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that in another 2 years, he could be back before this panel if he were denied today to present another request. And it's the state's position that based upon the file that exists now, the state is opposed to his early release. This is one of the thinnest files I've seen. I think Attorney Whitley and his social worker ward did an excellent job with what they had to work with. I'm surprised that there are no letters from other inmates unless I've overlooked them about being mentored by him. I think the defendant went in, did his job, and that's about it. I was shocked to see that in 2021, as an adult, as somebody who had been in this controlled setting for a long time, he got into a fight. That's not the behavior of a reckless youth. That's the behavior of someone who's an angry man. I don't believe that he set himself up to go into an anger control class after that. I think that took a couple of years to get into, and I believe he's only recently gone through that. So the proof of whether or not that has really impacted his thought process is not present. Also, there were many letters from his family members who should be commended for their efforts to keep in contact with him and their offers to help try to rehabilitate him. There were also, I believe, 3 letters from 1991. Those were from people who I believe knew the defendant's father and knew him through his father. One of those people is dead today, so I don't believe that person would have known his letter was submitted to you. And those letters were written in 1991 before the trial took place. They could not have known the full trial, what the evidence was that would come out. With regard to the fight and also the attitude that he copped on a job, those are, the state believes, more revealing of him than the fact that he took classes and passed the classes. They are very concerning to the state. Most of the people who I believe come before the panel have gotten whatever their problems out with tickets very early on. And this is not a kid or a boy who did this thing. And the material by Dr. Wallace is mostly self-report tests, which probably goes to the reentry plan. But even though he would score low, he's been in a controlled setting for many years. So he should never have gotten into that fight. COVID may be an explanation, but it's certainly no excuse. Of all the people there, someone who'd been there a long time would be aware of the fact that everyone was under stress and should have been able to control his behavior better. With regard to the societal good, one of the factors I believe this panel looks at is whether or not the benefits to such person in society that would result from his release to community supervision substantially outweigh the benefits to such person in society that would result from such person's continued incarceration. The state does not believe his release outweighs the benefit to the society of having him remain in. I speak to brand new officers. I train brand new officers. Thank them for willing to serve in this day and age, because it's not a popular job right now. And they have many choices in this job market. We have the most diverse group of officers I've ever seen, whether they're municipal officers or troopers. And this would be a bad time to let down the side and let them down by letting out someone who has done minimal efforts to rehabilitate himself. This crime was not only a crime against Carol Bagshaw and Russ's immediate family, it was a crime against the entire community. Law enforcement officers will suffer bad morale if the defendant is released based on this record. The recruits, we in Connecticut have shown Connecticut values. When there's been a mass shooting, it's not just been thoughts and prayers, which I do not mean to diminish in any way, but Connecticut has also acted. And one of the things that Connecticut did in its action was the risk protection orders, where people are suicidal or homicidal and family members can call and get the police to come out and disarm that person and take away. And that has reduced the suicides in the state. But we are constantly sending young officers and some older officers into these very volatile situations. And they need to know that if they are killed by someone participating in a crime, that death is not a minor detail, that by be willing to run towards danger, that we respect their service. With regard to the lack of true remorse, the defendant today comes before you to say what he has said. The state does not find the expression of his remorse to be true. The defendant has made many public expressions of remorse over the years of this case, and they have the effect of sounding like, "I'm sorry you felt hurt," that they are delivered with an end in mind, and the end is to benefit the defendant. With regard to the judges, Judge Spada was the sentencing judge, and these are his remarks. I'm not going to read you all of them, but he made these remarks. In view of the length of this trial, which took approximately 3 months and the grave consequences to all the parties involved, the court felt it should make the following statement. It was in the early morning hours of June 5th, 1991, that Russell Bagshaw, a uniformed member of the Connecticut State Police, forfeited his young life while in the scope and performance of his duties. This killing was both senseless and brutal. Its sting, pain, and anguish will echo into the next millennium. A young widow and grieving father, along with siblings and countless friends, must bear the anguish of this loss as they attempt to reconstruct their lives without him. The attack on Trooper Bagshaw was unprovoked as he sat helplessly dying in his cruiser. His death is a monument to the danger faced daily by public servants sworn to protect the community welfare. Trooper Bagshaw paid the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of the people he was sworn to protect. Although this defendant was neither the dominant actor nor the shooter, the evidence established beyond a reasonable doubt that he fully participated in the burglary at Land and Sea Sports Store. The initial movement of the boat to reach the octagonal window, the defendant's sneaker imprint on the bow of the boat, his fingerprint found on the boat and the window frame, and the testimony of Dr. Lee reconstructing the scene of the crime established unequivocally that Duane Johnson was an active accomplice, accessory, and principal in the commission of this burglary. The evidence established beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant assisted in the carting of stolen weapons from the Land and Sea Sports Store and later transferred them in secret to Scott Ilowitz at Hell's Hollow several hours after the burglary. For nearly 48 hours, the defendant volunteered no information to assist the police in their investigation. During an interrogation at his home in Griswold, the defendant's principal purpose in answering questions was to exculpate himself from as much blame as possible and to shift entirely the blame onto his brother, Terry Johnson. The case presented by the defense at trial contradicted the defendant's voluntary statement of June 6, 1991. The defendant's attempt to lay the blame for this killing on Scott Ilowitz was misplaced, flawed, and without merit. He had submitted a motion to suppress at the time of the trial, where he tried to shift the blame in the case. Justice McDonald wrote an opinion in dissent. I'm not going to read over the section he read about the badge, but this is in part what he said. The history in this state, and mind you, this was in 1997, of the murder of state troopers and other police officers bears out the stark fact that those murders occurred mainly as the officers attempted to apprehend persons committing dangerous or violent crimes. He goes on to list what Trooper Bagshaw's badge was subscribed. I won't repeat that since Carol Bagshaw did that quite well enough. He went on to state, though, that the badge should be both a symbol of lawful authority and by the law's sternest protection, a shield from harm. The reason that the state doesn't believe what the defendant says today is because I have reviewed in the 35 boxes of trial material from the two brothers. A witness testified against Terry Johnson, and she said he confessed to her after the shooting, and she didn't believe him. And he told her it was because of a robbery because he owed money. The person he owed money to was Duane Johnson. Duane Johnson had multiple opportunities not to have this tragedy occur. He could have told his brother he didn't have to pay him back. He could have told his brother there were other ways to lawfully get money. This defendant was not a defendant who was a drug addict or someone who had suffered childhood trauma. He could have told his brother he could pay him back at another time. He had been out stealing cars with him earlier. So it's not as though this defendant didn't know what his brother Terry was capable of. When they drove up to the Land and Sea Sports to steal, it wasn't to steal fishing rods. He claims here to board member Palmieri that he and Terry never discussed the circumstances after it happened. That's not what the facts of the case show. The facts of the case show that Terry told him to shift the blame to Terry. And although Terry was the trigger man here, it appears he was trying to shield this defendant. This defendant's father told him to stay away from Terry. He ignored him. It's not as though the defendant didn't have other skills. He was in the National Guard. He got through basic, he got through AIT. He definitely would have had training in first aid. I was active duty JAG at the time. He probably sat in conferences where he heard about, if you get an illegal order, this is what you do. He did not have to do what his brother got him into. When Trooper Bagshaw drove up, he could have put his hands up and walked to his cruiser and said, "You got us." He could have run back to Terry and knocked him over or screamed at him not to shoot. He didn't do any of those things. I know this panel does not like to get caught up in the back end of the case itself, but it is hard to hear this defendant say that he accepts responsibility when he again provides a version that is not accurate. He said at the habeas trial, he again tried to carve out a way that he wouldn't be guilty of the felony murder. And Judge Fieger said the testimony of the petitioner stands in stark contrast to the statement he gave to the police in which he reported seeing the headlights of Trooper Bagshaw's car as it approached the store. The petitioner, meeting Duane Johnson, in his statement says he told his brother Terry not to shoot the trooper. Now the petitioner says he lied to the police in the statement because that is what Terry told him to say. So as recently as 2004, 2005, he was representing to a court that Terry had told him to say something, which is in stark contrast to what he has said to board member Palmieri today. The court goes on to say the big problem with his assertion is that even if the habeas court takes the testimony of Duane Johnson at its face value, it still does not absolve him of liability for his part in the murder of Trooper Bagshaw. He went on to say in the footnote that he went to drop that, again, the fact that he lied and he admitted lying to the police does not serve well to enhance his credibility. He tells what he believes is a self-serving story each time he relates what happens that night, although the story differs in key aspects. And we see again a repeat of that today. In another few years, maybe he will have really embraced what he did here and what he's responsible for and what is the truth about what the discussions were after the crime took place. He has not done that today. The societal good is better served in the state's mind if he remains incarcerated until he can reach that level. It is not that I always say no to everyone. You don't know me, panel members, but I have even agreed to a sentence modification for someone who physically assaulted police officers. Because while he was incarcerated, he put together a plan of how people could go from jail and get jobs. And it was such a good plan, it made it all the way up to President Obama. I've agreed to compassionate release, but the state is not agreeing that this defendant should be released on this record. According to the female witness who testified against Terry Johnson told her that Trooper Bagshaw's last words were, "Oh my God." If this defendant is released on this thin a file, it is the public who will be saying, "Oh my God." Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Mahoney. At this time, Attorney Whiteley, if you have any remarks or statements you would like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. So thank you to the board. I'd also like to thank my social worker, Sandy Ward. She's really the one who put a lot of effort into this. She spent the most time with Duane and put the very large package together, which we have been able to present. And given that, given how much we presented, there isn't so much more that I could really add to that. But when I first started going through some of his old records, some of the things that jumped out to me that he initially in 1994 was sentenced to life without parole. Very shortly after that, he obtained his GED. He then started job training and the electrician training. This at the time when he was doing that, he didn't have the possibility of parole. He had no idea that this hearing would ever come up. In his mind, he was doing life without parole, but he was still taking the time and taking the effort to try to better himself, to try to make his father proud. And I think that speaks volumes about how committed he has been to rehabilitating himself. Another thing that jumped out was that in his second PSI in 1997, the probation officer spoke with his social work that he had been working with within DOC. She relayed to probation that at first, when they first started working together, Duane didn't understand, or he couldn't really grasp the concept of that his involvement here resulted in him being guilty, and he couldn't accept that. But over some time, he was kind of starting to change his perception. And so it does go back that his remorse did really start occurring and changing in 1997. And I think that I just bring that up because I think that it does show that what he says here today is genuine. A couple other things, I just really wanted to touch on the statutory considerations. Whether or not he can live in the community without violating the law. Again, he has been a consistent worker within DOC, has job training that directly relate to him being able to get employment when he's out, which is a very large factor into whether or not he can remain at liberty without continuing to commit any crimes. He also has a very, very realistic reentry plan. He has taken the time and taken the effort to put into exactly what his plans will be. He has his retired Marine brother who is willing to give him support. He also knows that he has the support of my office for as long as he needs. And then again, in both the DIS and Dr. Wallace's report, he did score low for a risk of recidivism. I think that he has demonstrated rehabilitation. Again, he was 18 when he was arrested. He is now 52 years old. He has been committed to bettering himself, I think, since very, very early on in his sentence. He has been attempting to give back to the community, to disabled first responders and veterans through the dog training program that he's been doing, which is also something that he can continue doing in the community now that he has that training. And then the benefits to society if he's released, he's doing a flat sentence right now. Being released after 30 some odd years at your mid 50s is going to be a very jarring experience for him. He needs that support level. He needs that level of supervision to be able to succeed. I know that he has the foundation, he has the skill set, but I think that extra level of protection can really help him and make sure that he can succeed in being in the community. The first time I met him, he expressed his nervousness of actually being released. He has never paid a bill. He's never bought groceries. I think he had his license for a year before he was incarcerated. And as little as these things are at 55, 53 years old, learning how to do them again is scary. But he understands how difficult the work is going to be that he has to put in the community. But again, back to his reentry plan, he has a lot of safeguards put in place. So he has taken a lot of effort and thoughtfulness into what he would like to do with his life when he is released. And he understands what the board would be looking for from him if that ever happens. And so I know, we know that this is a very difficult case. This is a tragic crime here. Duane knows that. I know that the board has received well over 100 letters of opposition. There was a news article about him coming up for parole, which I don't think normally happens. But I think that Duane has really spent his time in prison, spent his life trying to better himself. I think that he is deserving of early release, and I hope that you will find the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Officer Weigersman. So at this time, the panel is going to enter into deliberation. We appreciate all of the input from all of you and all the work that you have done for this hearing and for Mr. Johnson. While State's Attorney Mahoney challenges this panel to correct or if we're wrong, we're not going to touch any of that. What we are going to do is take into consideration Mr. Johnson's age when he committed this offense, which we all know he was 18, and the nature of his crime, which we've all agreed has been very significant, and it is a horrendous offense, and the role that he played in all of this. We'll also take into consideration his program participation. We are not taking lightly the things that he's done, although we all agree that there is more work that he could be doing in there, and given some of the files that we've reviewed prior in our prior rules here. The disciplinary infractions is something else that we take into consideration to show evidence of change. Shows in 2021, he was still making poor decisions and fighting, although we understand why he did it. That does not make it okay. And I think the biggest piece here for all of us is probably the injury and impact of the victims and all that they've experienced as a result of this offense. Our job here today is to determine Mr. Johnson's suitability based on his performance in the facility, the nature of his crime, and considering his age and the victim's input and all that stuff. So I think that it's fair to say that we've listened to everything that was said and we've taken that all into consideration. And it is my position here today that Mr. Johnson be denied discretionary parole based on the injury and impact and the nature and circumstance of the offense. And I think that we probably can discuss something that he may need to do or some things that he may need to do to become more of a suitable candidate in the future, if that is something that you would like to discuss. Ms. Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you did so nicely lay out what we need to consider today. This is a 23-169 hearing. And Mr. Johnson's been afforded that hearing because of his age at the time of the offense. We do consider that he was only 18 years old at the time. He's 52 years old today. He served roughly 33 years of his sentence thus far. It is a very serious crime. There's loss of life, and it's more tragic because it's a loss of life of a law enforcement officer. All crimes of this nature are incredibly serious.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that they rise to a bit of a higher level when it does involve the death of a law enforcement officer. In reviewing Mr. Johnson's file and in questioning Mr. Johnson, in discussion with Mr. Johnson, I do see some level of offender change.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's not unexpected when you go from age 18 to age 52. We also have a risk assessment tool that we utilize. He does score low on that. And he has addressed many of the identified risk factors of education, employment, and financial needs, and has taken a number of programs. He has worked within the facility, with the exception of the one report in 2021. He has had good reports throughout. You know, we do a number of these hearings for young offenders. I would say the difference between this particular hearing, Mr. Johnson, and others that we've done, is that Mr. Johnson has not really had the level of programming that we would see as
For someone that's been down there so
well, not just for that, but for somebody that it's been down for a long time. We also know that sometimes it takes, because of your sentence, it does take a little while to get into programming.
Mm-hmm.
However, you know, there is a piece where individuals need to advocate for themselves, do things on their own. There's a lot of voluntary things that they can do. And there are a lot of programs. Well, there are some programs still available to Mr. Johnson, which in my opinion would provide him a stronger foundation to be in the community and live productively. You know, I think what you mentioned his ticket in 2021. It is 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago now. However, I go back to the fact that we look at the fact that Mr. Johnson, you know, he's a mature adult. And at that point in his life, at that point in his sentence, he should be able to navigate those situations much more appropriately. It's rare that we see somebody having served this much time that has that type of disciplinary report. I said, so, you know, there's 20-year difference, and I don't want to not give him credit for that time frame, because that he's a young man going through his 20s to his 50s without much problem. But that is concerning. He has done great with civil vocational training. I think it will afford him opportunities in the community. He does have support of his brother in California. I think that for individuals like Mr. Johnson, who have done a significant amount of time incarcerated, it's so important for him to have that. You know, we had a tremendous amount of victim input today, whether you consider just the statements, but we also have to look at those letters of opposition. Mm-hmm. You know, they speak to the harm to the community. So there's significant harm to the family. But there's also tremendous harm to the community. You know, law enforcement, it's really a different level. I have to say that again in terms of respect and what they do for the entire community. So at this time, I do not see Mr. Johnson as being suitable for discretionary parole. I am looking at his sentencing dates. He is accruing good time because of the time he spent here.
Right.
I did verify with parole officer that his estimated release date is 2032, which is 7 years from now, approximately. I would entertain bringing Mr. Johnson back in 5 years, no sooner. Where at that time he could present to us some more programming, maybe some additional contributions to life within the facility. No disciplinary reports. And it would afford a minimal amount of time of community supervision if he was found appropriate at that time. You know, it's hard to imagine. I know the state's attorney talked about the halfway house, and that is a level of support in the community. It's not the level of support I think that you do get through parole if at that point he would be found appropriate. I say that cautiously about bringing him back in 5 years because I know it just re-traumatizes family. I do think that for our purposes there should be a consideration for public safety and an opportunity to acclimate back into the community after having been incarcerated at that point would be almost 39 years. So that would be my position today.
Thank you, Ms. Palmieri. Mr. Sazakis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you both have stated many of the things that I was going to talk about, but I would like to say that this has had a profound impact, as you both have said, on the victim's family, the community, state of Connecticut, and really the entire country, you know, evidenced by the number of letters. That's very unusual for us to receive in opposition of parole. So for me today, I do not find him suitable, and I also do not have him coming back. So
Neither do I, Mr. Sadowskis. I was just going to say to panel member Palmieri that I understand exactly where you're going in terms of rehearing him in 5 years, but I would say that it would be completely up to Mr. Johnson in 5 years as to whether or not he's done anything or put forth any additional effort to towards rehabilitation. But my vote today would be to deny him with no new hearing and have the 5-year review to see if he is risen to a level, because he doesn't have an indeterminate sentence, so we can't even do that, right? So we wouldn't even have a 5-year review. It would just be it. That would be it.
Yeah, and that is my thinking. He does not. There is not an opportunity for a 5-year review.
Right.
It's not an indeterminate sentence.
Right.
And I truly am not sure it's in the best interest of the community or Mr. Johnson to be released with no parole or supervision. However, I do see your point, and it is But that's not even to say that Mr. Johnson would be found appropriate at that time either.
Right.
But it is an opportunity for Mr. Johnson to do some more programming that I think is necessary in terms for him to be able to transition into the community successfully, and I look for use the word productively.
Right. Right. I completely understand what you're saying, but I really do believe that, that as the victim's, widow expressed, he went from having a life sentence to 60 years, and now we're up to, life without parole, and it's just, so for me, yeah, it's a deny based on the injury and impact once more, and the nature and circumstance of the offense. I wouldn't say that there's no evidence of change, because there is some. I would even say lack of program participation, because he has done that as well. Are there any other reasons?
Well, did you agree that inadequate institutional program participation?
I think that he could do some more, but again, it's about his advocating, like you said, for himself, try to get into those things and learn, gain those additional tools. So for me, I don't really know that there's any programs that I would say this helps him. So, do you want to add inadequate program participation as a reason for denial?
I mean, those programs in my mind are not gonna, if we brought it back in 5 years and he had taken voices, is not gonna change my position. So I'm with you on that.
Are you okay with that? Sure. Okay. All right. So with regard to Duane Johnson, 205961, I move that he be denied discretionary parole with no new hearing date based on the nature and circumstance of your offense and the injury and impact to your victim and or the victim's family. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, Mr. Johnson, unfortunately, we couldn't support the discretionary parole. We wish you the best of luck. Thanks again to everyone who has participated.
Thank you. This concludes the Public Act 23-169 hearing for Duane Johnson, inmate number 205-961, and it is 11:07 a.m.
Our next hearing is not scheduled until 12 o'clock, so we are going to take a recess, and we will resume at 12.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Wangersman. Today is Friday, February 7th, 2025. And this is a Public Act 23169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Mercado, the state of Connecticut, passed and made effective as of October 1st of 2023, the Public Act 23169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you were under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity you displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
So present this afternoon, we have Attorney Melanie Frank. Attorney Frank, if you can please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Attorney Melanie Frank for Pedro Mercado. The business address is 55 Farmington Avenue, 8th floor in Hartford, Connecticut 06105, and my juris number is 417-500.
Thank you very much. Also present this afternoon, we have State's Attorney John Doyle. Attorney Doyle, if you can also do the same, state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, thank you. State's Attorney John Doyle of the New Haven Judicial District. Address is 235 Church Street, New Haven, Connecticut. Juris number is 415543. And good afternoon to the panel. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Also present this afternoon, we have Office of Victim Services, Ms. Vasquez with us. Mr. Mercado, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
My name is Celestino Pedro Mercado, 185122 Connecticut and 51375 Nevada.
Thank you very much. Public hearing in accordance to Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Mercado, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Mercado, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time, sir?
Say that again, correct.
That's okay. Are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So as previously indicated, this is a Public Act 23169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Pedro Mercado in Connecticut, inmate number 185122. Mr. Mercado is serving a sentence of 80 years followed by 3 years of probation for conspiracy to murder, conspiracy to larceny in the second degree, possession with intent to sell, and failure to appear in the first degree. There is victim input in this case. There's also an offender accountability plan. It was reviewed and indicated that there have been no programs completed. He is reportedly currently enrolled in school and is pursuing his GED. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls in the moderate range risk for recidivism. So, Mr. Mercado, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin with your statement.
Okay. My name is Pedro Mercado, and I am 53 years old. When I was a teenager, I committed a terrible crime, which is truly the worst thing of my life. I honestly regret taking the life of Kevin Collazo. Words were exchanged between Kevin and I earlier that day, but that is no excuse for what I did, and that situation should have been resolved in a better way. I know now that I should have walked away and talked about the issue when we were calmer. Fortunately, I have only had a few fights that I have had to walk away from. I remember what my mother told me, and I always try to be respectful of others. About 18 months ago, a person who gets into conflicts with many people approached me believing I did something wrong. To calm the situation, I spoke with him and was able to avoid a fight. Earlier this week, that same person got into a fight with somebody else. Life experiences have told me that by remaining calm and talking to the person, it will ensure that I continue to handle these types of situations a lot better. There are no words to express how sorry I am and that my actions resulted in costing another person his life. I hope and pray that one day the Collazo family will find it in the heart to forgive me. I would like them to know that there is in the day that passes that I do not think about him. You know, I truly wish that this issue had never happened. I wish that I never got into that car and that I never picked up a gun. Most of all, I wish that I wouldn't have hurt Kevin and his family. I deeply regret that my ignorance, pride, and stupidity allow me to commit such a terrible crime. During my incarceration, I have reflected on my life and have learned a few valuable lessons from my past mistakes. First and foremost, I have developed patience and have learned to think before I react. In addition, I have become more understanding and compassionate in relation to those around me. Lastly, I have learned to show empathy with those around me. Even in this environment, there are daily opportunities to display empathy towards others. For example, the other day I was in the town hall and noticed an older inmate looking for a seat, so I gave him mine. I can honestly say that I am not the same person I once was. Over the past several years, I have been able to mentor other inmates. Needless to say, over the years, I have made some bad decisions. However, with each bad decision, I learned a very valuable lesson that helped me to improve my life. Overall, I've learned to stay away from people who are still making bad decisions. On a regular basis, I am able to speak with younger inmates who appear to be making some of the same mistakes that I once made. Having similar life experiences, I am able to mentor others and help to point the light in the right direction. To the Harrow family, I am sorry that I admitted to something that I didn't do or know about. I took away the opportunity for all of you and Jerome to have and receive true justice. For that, I am sorry and ask for your forgiveness. I will be living with my sister Angela, and I will be attending GED classes at the Nassau County Adult Education Center. After earning my GED, I will study for my CNA certificate. In addition, I will be going to the Leadership Training Institute. They will assist me in finding appropriate counseling, which I truly want and need. They will also help me to find a job. Lastly, I want to find an organization where I can volunteer. Thank you for your time and considering granting me parole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mercado, for your opening statement and for preparing for today's hearing. So what is going to happen is each of us will take turns asking you questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate for victim input, and then the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to speak. Okay?
Thank you.
And so I just want you to know, and just for the record, that we have reviewed your file extensively, all the information that was submitted by Attorney Frank. We also received some information from the State's Attorney's Office regarding this case. We reviewed your letters of support and some of the good things that you've done while you've been in prison, and as well as your court documents and everything in connection with this. Okay, so we are well versed in these cases. Okay?
Okay.
So I will start with the questions, Mr. Mercado, and I have to be honest with you. In your opening statement, I was a little bit hurt perplexed, I'll say, because I think what you're sharing with us today differs greatly from the documents that we've reviewed. So can we talk a little bit about the crimes? Okay. All right. So according to my documents, you admit to killing Mr. Collazo. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's my understanding after reviewing these documents that your intended, you had some sort of disagreement with Mr. Fontanez.
Yes.
And that's who you were aiming at, Mr. Fontanez.
That I remember, yes.
Okay, because in your statement, you said that you exchanged words with Mr. Collazo, and that's why you shot him.
I did have a little disagreement with him over the same thing.
Go ahead.
So they were together,
Mm-hmm.
and it was the problem was both of them, but it started with the other person, and ended up with me killing Kevin.
Okay. And so where did Glenn fit in all of this? I thought that Glenn somehow got you guys the weapon, or that was the first case with Mr. Harrell.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's talk a little bit more about Mr. Collazo. So tell us what happened that day.
They just came where I was staying in Maryland,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a argument, all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So as the day went by, later on we went to New Haven, and we bumped into each other. So I shot him.
And where'd you get the weapon?
From a friend that I had in New Haven.
So you drove from Meriden to New Haven to seek out Mr. Fontanez?
No, it wasn't like that. It was not a seeking out.
Okay, so
it wasn't. I did not have in mind hurting nobody at all.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just hanging out, and we crashed into each other again, and the whole thing started all over.
Okay.
Words were exchanged, threats were made from both sides, and I shot him.
Okay, and remind us again of why you guys were I'm gonna say the word beefing.
Super little kid things, just stupid stuff about. To tell the truth, I don't remember that much what it was just stupid stuff,
Okay.
stupid kid stuff.
Because I think that the records that I reviewed, I believe that it said that there was some sort of gang rivalry. Is that true?
We were not gang members.
Okay.
We were not involved in gangs back in that time.
At that time, you were not a disciple in the disciples game. So when did you join the disciples game?
I got involved in that in prison.
Okay. And then you went on to the Folk Nation?
Yes.
Okay. So where did this, I'm just trying to understand how, if you're in Meriden and they're in New Haven, how do you two know each other?
I used to live with my best friend Tommy Thompson in Castle Street.
Mm-hmm.
So we all used to hang out together.
Okay.
And that's how we met. We were not the best of friends, but we used to like bump into each other and talk to each other and hang out a little bit here and there. It was just a bad day, a bad thing that happened.
So
that ended up with me doing something stupid.
So, I thought that who drove you guys to New Haven?
Oh man, I don't remember. We were just, I don't remember. To tell you the truth, we were just gonna go up there. I forgot the street.
Okay, no, I don't need the streets. I'm just trying to figure out everyone that was involved in all of this. So now let's move forward to the second victim's case.
Yes.
And so I thought that you and Mr. Fontanez were together. For this
No,
case.
I didn't even know Jerome Haru got killed. I got arrested in New York.
And you confessed to it though.
Yes, I did out of blind loyalty.
But you,
I thought I was going to go to prison for a long time, which I did, and to save a friend, thinking he was also going to go to prison, I say I did it.
but who was your friend then?
The same, I was Steven.
The person that you tried to kill, you were trying to protect?
Yes. No, that one was Tommy Thompson. Tommy Thompson, I thought they were going to arrest him for Jerome Haru's murder. And since I was going to go to prison for what I did, I just admitted to something I shouldn't have.
So okay, I'm Mr. Mercado, and I apologize because I'm so confused. So why did I thought that I read that this Glenn Wallen hired the two of you for $2,000
Yes.
to go and kill this person.
I admitted to that, but there was no money exchange and there was nothing like that.
So you agreed to get in the car with all these co-defendants and travel down to New Haven to kill Mr. Harrell?
No, the one that we went to New Haven, that was Kevin. The Mr. Harrell, I didn't know who he was, so that he got killed. So I got arrested in New York and brought back to Connecticut.
Okay, so how did the case with Mr. Harrell come about then?
I was being taken back to Connecticut from New York, and the cops started asking me questions. And when my best friend's name came up, I thought I was going to do time, and I just decided stupidly to admit to something I shouldn't have.
Mr. Mercado, I have to tell you that this is very confusing because it says, I wrote down specifically with regard to the August 23rd murder, that you and Mr. Fontanez were in the car together, that you stayed in the car, that Mr. Fontanez got out of the car and shot this victim, and you guys drove off together with Mr. Wayman.
I did say that, but that did not happen. I never killed. I didn't kill Mr. Harrell.
Okay. And so I understood, let's move forward because it's my understanding that you were residing with a person in Meriden and that your stepfather had passed away recently. Is that right?
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
You were residing with a young lady in Meriden?
Yes.
And because your stepfather had recently passed, is that accurate?
The man that I consider my
father, yes,
father had been murdered a few years before.
Okay. And where was your mom in all this?
My mother was in New York.
And is your mother still alive?
No, she passed in 2005.
Okay. And why weren't you living with your mom?
I had so many angry issues. I didn't know. After my dad got killed, I didn't know what I wanted to do. And one day I ended up in Connecticut with some friends. He didn't know that where I went.
And so where did the anger issues stem from?
When the people that killed my dad, that hurt me, and I grew up with the anger of my father being murdered.
Okay. And since you've been in prison, have you had an opportunity to address any of your underlying anger issues?
Yes, I do. When I was in Florida, I was going to counseling. I tried to go here, but they don't really give it to us.
And how long was the counseling?
I was going to the psychiatrist.
Okay. And how long?
And in a conversation that I had with my mother years ago, she had told me that one of the persons that was involved in it, killing my father, had apologized to her. So after she told me that.
That helps some of the anger that's subside.
Yes, and that started guiding me in the right path for not getting into trouble, nothing like that.
Okay. Now, explain to us why aren't you housed in a Connecticut prison?
Because of my crime, I wasn't safe over there, so I asked to go to Florida, and then from Florida they sent me back. So I ended up in Nevada when they asked me if I wanted to go back out of state.
So why wouldn't you be safe?
Because the kid that I killed, Kevin Collazo, his family, I think they were 19, and at that time I was not involved with no gangs or nothing like that, so I had no protection or nothing like that. I didn't feel safe.
And so when you joined the prison, that's why when you moved out of the state, I guess to Florida, that's when you became a gang member for the protection?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you renounce your gang membership or gang affiliation?
So that lasted like maybe a year. And since then, since they took me out of Florida, I haven't not been involved with nothing.
So when were you a Folk Nation leader?
I was a member. Never, I was a member, but I was never.
So you went from the Disciples gang to the Folk Nation gang? In a year?
I was only involved like for a year until they got me out of Florida, and that was it.
Okay. Whew. So this is a lot to kind of navigate through, Mr. Mercado, because I mean, while we can appreciate your youthfulness at the time that these crimes were committed, and our jobs here today really is not to determine your innocence nor your guilt. The fact is that we have evidence that suggests and convictions to support both of these murders. And I'm not sure when this all came about with you're saying that you didn't commit one of them. When did you decide to come forward with that information?
So the lawyer that I had back then, I told them right away when they first took me to court. As soon as I went to court, I let my old lawyer know that I didn't kill Mr. Harrell.
But do you know that there's evidence? I mean, you gave statements to the police, and they have it like word for word what transpired.
You know, I did admit it to it. Okay. I'm not denying that. I did admit it to it and said that I killed them and all the other stuff. I'm not denying all of that.
Okay. So tell us who did commit that murder.
That one I did not know until I was taken from New York to Connecticut, and the officers started talking to me in the car.
So you don't know who's responsible for the second victim's, the first victim's murder?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So talk to us about your programming, Mr. Mercado. Why haven't you participated in programs?
So the programming here, I try to enroll in victim impact and getting it right, but I do not qualify because here they only give programs to people like 2 years away from the house.
Oh, okay. Okay. So do you understand that with this process, that some of the things that the panel looks at is we do take into consideration your age, we take into consideration your performance while you've been in the facility, and that is your program participation, your disciplinary infractions, and our records indicate that you did receive 21 disciplinary infractions since you've been there, but your last ticket was 21 years ago. So that's a good thing. That does show that you're able to stay out of trouble. But the program piece that shows us evidence of change is definitely missing.
I know that. I have tried, but they don't. People like me that have a lot of time, we're not qualified for them.
So
that's what I'm trying to do my PhD, like I've been trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, you've been down for a substantial amount of time, and so I'm just curious to know why you didn't request to be transferred back to a state that you could participate in the programs.
A while back, I wrote a letter to the Interstate Compact in Connecticut and asked them that I was interested in either going to New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or Delaware. And it hasn't happened.
How long ago did you write that letter?
I wrote the first one, I almost said like maybe 15 years ago, and one recently, months ago.
Right. But don't you think that if you really want to change or to really get the help that you need, that you should be a little more, learn to advocate a little bit more for yourself to make sure that you get,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So, 15 years ago and then again recently, that doesn't sound like you're very motivated to participate in programs. And I understand about your GED too, but I'm glad to see that you're at least working on that. And you've passed 3 of the 5 tests.
Yep.
So, Mr. Mercado, tell me, when you spoke with the officer in preparation for today's hearing and she asked you about your offenses, you said, and whether or not you thought your sentence was too long, you said that you made a mistake and that you're spending too much time, and this is me just paraphrasing, that your sentence was way too long for what you did, for the one mistake that you made. Is that still?
So I said that for what I did, I got no complaint about that. I do got to pay for what I did. I had never questioned that. For what I didn't do,
Yeah.
I thought it was too much, and I understand. I admitted to it.
Right.
I understand all that.
Yeah. So
I'm not disputing my punishment. I know I got to. For what I did, I know I had to pay. I know that. I'm not arguing about that.
All right. And so what in your mind, you think that the 40 years for one of the lives is what you should be serving?
It's like, I just think, I don't know how to answer. I don't want to say the wrong thing and get me taken out of context. I think I have paid. Hopefully, that's how it looks like.
That you paid.
That I have. I don't want to use the word redeem, but I've been doing everything right, and I'm not the same person that I was then.
Right.
So I don't. In some way, I don't think that I should still be getting judged as a kid, as a dumbass kid.
Right.
Excuse me for that.
No, it's okay. So from our perspective is, these were 2 cases or 2 murders that really did not need to happen. And you have been down for so long, we would have really liked to see you do more. And doing more means advocating for yourself, saying that I really do need this help. And while we can appreciate the steps that you've made to stay out of trouble and try to work on getting your GED, I just think that there is more that you could have been doing while you've been in the prison. And my last questions are about your release plan. When the officer asked you about what you intended to do, you did say that you would live with your sister. But in terms of work, you said you had no idea. You were just going to stay out of trouble. You haven't even. What kind of work skills have you gained since you've been in the facilities?
I just don't know about I didn't know about the kind of support that people like me get out there.
Okay.
And that's the reason why I said that. But I've been willing to do anything.
Okay.
To
earn an income.
Yes. Nothing bad, but I'm willing to do anything that it takes
to be a contributing a taxpayer.
Yes.
So tell us how you would fill your days in the prison, since you're really not doing any programming.
I mostly either stay in my cell, or I do talk to a lot of young kids that are here, and they come and talk to me. They have questions, and just try my best to stay out of trouble and help people any way I can.
So how do you get money on your books? It's your family putting money on your books? Are you working?
So here you could only get work when you have a GED or high school diploma. So my sister Angela, whenever she can, she helps me.
Okay. Mrs. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions now. Reading through your documents, it looks like that you were using drugs before you were incarcerated. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I read some things in here about alcohol, marijuana, even crack and heroin and that kind of thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you taken any substance abuse programs at all between Connecticut, Florida, Nevada, anything at all?
So the drug thing, I got arrested one day when I was in Middletown, and I got arrested for some drugs, and I told the arresting officer that was for personal use.
Hmm.
I did, when I was out there, drank a little bit like a beer here and there, and maybe took a hit of a joint, but it wasn't a consistent thing. I did mention I come from a family of addicts, and I am really afraid of drugs, so I never used them like it sounds like I did, and I never.
Okay. On the day of the murder that you're admitting to us of today, were you using marijuana or alcohol or any drugs before that day?
That I remember, no.
Okay. And now, although it sounds like some of these things that happened way back were gang related, you're saying that you weren't really involved in the gangs at that time, but became involved later while you were in prison.
Yes.
Okay.
I was never a gang member in the street.
But some of these other people that were involved in this, they were known gang members, right?
That I know Pedro Collazo wasn't, and I didn't know Mr. Harrell, so on him I cannot speak. But Mr. Collazo, that I know he wasn't.
He wasn't a gang, the guy the victim of one of the crimes.
No, Kevin Collazo, that I know he wasn't.
He was not.
No.
Because I thought you said that the reason why you had to go out of state was because he was in the Latin Kings and you were fear for your safety.
No, some of his family.
Okay, so not him, but his other family members.
Yes.
Okay, I understand that now. So, but then you became involved in the gang, like sometimes happens, for protection while you were in Florida.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go through a program in Connecticut to have like a security risk group program? And when people decide that I don't want to do this anymore with the gangs, they go through a series of, programs to try to help them denounce that. And my colleague mentioned it a little bit. I just wanted to know if you've ever done anything like that. Have you ever done a program to learn about your gang affiliation and all that in Florida and then move on? Have you ever done anything like that, or you just stopped participating?
I went to one in Miami, but it wasn't for so long because they took me out of there. At the same time, most of the work I did on my own because I did, before my mom passed, I did made a promise to her that I was going to change.
Okay. So you recall something in Miami, but most of the work you did as far as getting out of the gang was done on your own.
Yes, but I did attend something in a program in Miami, maybe like for 4 months until they got me out of there.
Okay. Because that's like an important transition people have to find themselves to get out of that lifestyle, to have some structured program where you could make that transition.
Yes.
And I read a statement from one of the inmates that you're, I guess, mentoring. It's a young person that's there with you. So it sounds like because you've been there a long time and you're a little bit older than some of these people that you're kind of like an elder. People come to you when they first get there for advice. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell us what you say to them. Say someone first comes to prison and they're afraid and scared and they don't know what to do and they come to you. What do you tell them?
With Mr. Bryce, Mr. Bryce, if I'm not mistaken, he's like 22 years old.
Yes, that's the person I was talking about. Yeah, what did you tell him?
I have told him to make sure how he wants to do his time. He could choose to do what I did, and I explained what I did, and I have shared with him many of my mistakes. Or he could do time the right way, do what he's supposed to do, and go home to his family. If you choose to run with people because of, I'm talking about down here. Down here is about race. It's not really gang stuff. I had told him if you decide to get involved in the race thing or whatever, then, but I had told him to choose how he wants to do his time and the people that he wants to be around and surround himself with.
You think that helped him?
Yes, he does now. He mostly is around with me and my roommate.
He's got a long sentence too, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you doing that and being that voice to those other people that are probably struggling, you know?
Thank you.
Yeah. I really would like to have seen you do like more programs like my colleague said, especially since there's some talk about drugs and drug use. You know, it'd be good for you to, I know it's been a long time, but it'd be good for you to do that kind of a program before you go back out. The drugs have not gone away. Everything is still there. So, and the gangs are all still out there. So, you know, you really need to just find a way to get into those programs so that you're prepared for what's going to come when you get out, you know?
Understand that. If you don't mind me saying, at the same time, if you could see for 21 years, I had never had a write-up or disciplinary here for drugs or alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I had never, in the last 21 years, since I've been here, I've been away from everything. I don't get involved with nothing. I know it's not a program, but I feel like I have worked on myself to become better.
Yeah, and I think all my colleagues would agree that we give you credit for that. 21 years without a disciplinary report is remarkable. That's really, really good. So you do have that going for you, you know, and I hear that so I was asking you about the mentoring because we're trying to find out some positive things that you've been doing in there, despite not being in programs or working. You know, I know you're working on your GED and that's not as easy as it sounds. I know that's hard work. So I would encourage you to keep doing that. Can you tell us how you think your actions have affected the victim's family? How do you think they've been all this time?
Usually, I have lost family members to violence myself, so I understand what they have been going through. I understand that, and I'm sympathetic to that. I'm not minimizing what I did at all, and it's something that I have been living with all my life, and I'm not proud of what I did. I think about it every day. It's not like something that I put to the side and it's forgotten. It has never been like that. I pray for Kevin every day. I pray that he forgives me, his family forgives me. I don't minimize nothing that I have done. I'm not saying he was. I know I took a life. It wasn't that you put to the side and forget about it. So that, you know.
So you mentioned your father, right? When you were young, he was a victim of violence.
Yeah.
So you know that pain never goes away. It's forever.
No. That At the end of the day, it was my actions. But I really broke it. And it really hurt me a lot.
And then just the last question I wanted to ask you about is the victim in the other case, the one that you gave a confession for, but now you are stating that you're not responsible for.
Yes.
You have no idea who that person is. You've never met him.
He was mentioned to me in the drive from New York to Connecticut. I never met him. I didn't know who he was.
Was that the same neighborhood that you would have been in where he was at?
In Connecticut, I am not sure because I never met him. I know I think he got killed in New Haven, and that's why I used to stay in New Haven too. That's all I know on that one.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez. Ms. Conrad?
I just have a couple follow-up questions. So, Mr. Mercado, Glenn Wallen, how did you know him?
Who? I didn't hear you.
Glenn Wallen, how did you know him?
He was older. I think he was older than us, and he always used to be around, driving around. That's how I met him.
Did you have a lot of interaction with him?
Not really, no. No.
Why were you guys hanging around with somebody that was so much older than you?
We were kids. Some of us getting pressed with shiny stuff per se, and he was always around being nice to us. And at one moment or another, you get attached to people.
So, just for clarification purposes, were you born in New York or Puerto Rico?
New York. I grew up in Puerto Rico, but I was born in the Bronx.
Okay, in the Bronx. Okay. And were you born in 1971 or 1972?
71.
1971. Okay. When you were in Connecticut, first arrested, were you ever at Mansfield Youth Institute, MYI?
Yes.
And when you were at that facility, did you do any programs?
So my juvenile?
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't have been a juvenile, but you would have been what, 16, maybe 17?
Oh, when I got arrested for this right now.
Okay, but were you at Mansfield Youth when you first got arrested?
Yes.
And did you do any programs while you were there?
No.
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 Okay. All right. And you didn't do any programs while you were in Connecticut at the other facilities?
I did school.
You did school? All right.
Yes, I did some of the high school. I did some in Florida, and now I'm trying to get my GED.
Okay. And you have just 2 tests remaining on your GED?
Yes, science and math.
Science and math. Okay. Earlier in your opening statement, you said that, you have changed, and you said that you have empathy, and you gave us an example of looking out for one of the elderly people in the cafeteria. Can you talk about any other ways that you see yourself as having changed into a better person? I mean, we know you're older, we know you're mature, but how else do you see yourself changed?
I'm more caring for people, and I'm not a person that just go openly and just start talking to people. I'm not that comfortable doing that, but I am doing that with the young kids around here. So mostly that's what I do now. I don't associate myself with people that's still doing the wrong thing. I stay away from all that. I'm not interested in nothing but doing what I do, going to school. When the 2 or 3 days we allowed to go to school, back to my cell to do my homework. After that, I don't care about what people are doing, because I'm not interested in being around people that are still doing the same stuff over and getting in trouble. That to me that don't attract me. And of course, I respect other people, but the other stuff, being affiliated, gang shit, since I've been here, none of that. And I'm just focusing on me changing and trying to do the best I can now.
So you had some trouble in the Connecticut prisons and they moved you to Florida. Why did you get involved with the gangs in Florida?
It was the same people down there. So I just thought that was like the thing to do to be safe. I was by myself down there, nobody, and I ended up joining the gangs.
So now you're in Nevada and you haven't had a disciplinary ticket in probably 21 years.
Yeah.
Tell me how you managed to make that change.
Staying away from people that are now, that do not have the best interest for me, which that was something I wasn't doing in my younger days, and not commenting or not being involved in other people's business. I had a thing before where I would get involved in stuff when I thought that something or someone was trying to pick on people. But I don't do that no more. I just, to the best of my ability, I've been working a straight line, and people who need help, I help them, and that's it. That's what I do.
Just to talk a little bit more again about your release plan, you want to go to live with your sister. Is that Angela?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you think that is a good place for you to be?
My sister has always been a good person. She's never been involved or been in any kind of trouble. She's a working person. She got 3 little girls. She's been married, if I'm not mistaken, like 10, 15 years. And since we were born, I don't want to sound cheesy, but that's my best friend. And I know she will always have the best interest for me.
And when you talk to her about living with her, what kind of arrangements have you guys made? How does she think she can help you, other than giving you a place to live?
He will help me find work, drive me around if need be to get to where I need to be, show me around, maybe take me to my GED classes and stuff like that.
When's the last time you saw your sister?
Well, last night.
Oh, you talked to her last night. Okay.
Yeah.
But you haven't had any visits, right, in a long time?
Last visit I had was a few days. My mother passed away. My mother and my sister came to see me at Ely.
Is there anything else that you think we should know about how you're doing? Anything we didn't talk about?
I know. I understand how important programming is. I do understand that. I have really tried to do it here, and I understand on the lost time. I understand, but I work hard to become who I am now. And again, I know programming shows that you're changing, but I'm not the same person, and I know that I would not make the same mistake ever again if you allow me to be with my family. I will not be around the wrong people. And I'm just not the same person. I'm not 18, I'm not 20, I'm not 30. I'm a 53-year-old person that it's what can I say? I'm just not the same person.
Okay. I appreciate that. I mean, you're 53 years old. You've been incarcerated basically your whole life now.
Yeah.
So, we would hope that you would at some point figure it out and learn to make some changes. I mean, aside from this hearing, if it weren't for this hearing, I should say, you would be incarcerated.
Yeah.
You would not be seeing the possibility of
Yeah.
release anytime soon.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Mercado. I have
Thank
more
you.
questions.
Thank you, Ms. Palmieri. And Ms. Mercado, I just want to clarify, just for the record, sir, I know that we're speaking a lot about your programming, and it's not just the programs, and it's not just your remaining out of trouble. The problem that we're having is that you're requesting to return to the community, and you really have no work experience, and you're accustomed to, at this point right now, doing nothing in the prison all day. And, when it's time for, to be outside in the real world and get up and go to work like everybody else does and, come back home, I really do see that as being a significant challenge for you as you reacclimate back into the community, because who's going to hire, I understand that there are certainly resources for a person such as yourself, but it's going to be a culture shock, I'm thinking, because,
I understand that.
Right.
But I have my family support, and I know it's going to take work, not just into the surroundings. It's going to be hard to, it's going to be work to adjust to my family too. But
I just wanted you to understand that we're not just talking about programming. We're talking about the totality of everything.
I understand that, but that's why I'm interested in going to counseling, to incorporate little by little to society. I'm not going to go out there and break the law again. If that's what the board is worrying about. That mentality has been long gone. All I would like is the chance at life again, a chance with my family, a chance just to be human again.
Okay.
It's hard. A lot of people say that we live. I'm not, and like I told you last time, I understand that some of us belong here. I'm not going to argue that. Some of us do change, and some of us bad, and we need a chance. And I understand about me being away for a long time. I understand that. Trust me, I do. But how would I know if I could make it or not if I don't get that chance? I know I could make it because I got my family. If I didn't have my family, I will understand that you just said. I will get that. But I have my family. I'm not alone. And that means a lot. There's a lot of people that don't have that. I do.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your speaking with us, Mr. Mercado. We're going to turn the hearing over now to our victim's advocate, and your part of the hearing where you speak is now, it's over. And so we're going to ask that you be respectful of the victim and their statement while everyone else speaks, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Vasquez.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I had the opportunity of speaking to family members of both victims, and they have asked me to read their statements on their behalf. The first one reads like this. Words will not express the distress that our family goes through. We would not want for Pedro Mercado to be out on parole. My brother never had a second chance in life. Why would he? And then the second statement reads, Dear Board of Pardons and Parole members, I am writing to express my deepest opposition to the release of Pedro Mercado, who brutally took my son's life in June of 1990. My son, Kevin Collazo, was just 16 years old when he was murdered, and his death has had a profound, irreparable impact on our family. For over 3 decades, we have lived with the unbearable weight of his tragedy. The pain of losing a child is indescribable, and is something that no parent should ever endure. My son was a young, promising individual, full of potential in life, and in an instant, all of that was taken away from us. The trauma of that night has never left me or our family. Every day since, we have carried the grief, the loss, the absence of his laughter, his presence, and his future. My son's murder has forever altered who we are, and it's not something that we can ever be undone. There is no parole for our pain, no release from the agony that we live each day. Pedro Mercado showed no regard for my son's life. His actions were senseless and violent. He took away not just my son, but also a part of me, of our entire family. To think that he could be allowed to re-enter society after the devastation he caused is beyond comprehension. It is also important to know that Pedro Mercado did not stop at taking my son's life. He is responsible for another murder, showing a pattern of violence and disregard for human life. My son is not the only person he has victimized, and I fear that releasing him would put other families in danger. I ask you to consider not only the life of my son that was stolen, but also the impact on our family, who continue to grieve and suffer. Parole would further deepen our wounds. It would send the wrong message that the life of my son and the pain that we have endured is somehow less important than the possibility of the perpetrator's second chance. Please, do not allow Pedro Mercado to be released. I ask that you keep him incarcerated where he cannot harm another family and where and where he will remain accountable for the pain that he has caused. Thank you for considering my statement. Sincerely, Yolanda Rosario, mother of Kevin Collazo. Madam Chair and board members, this is all that I have for this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to afford each of the attorneys an opportunity to speak in a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Doyle. If you have any statements or comments you'd like to make, you can do so now.
Yes, thank you to the board, and thank you to Ms. Vasquez for reading those comments from the family members of the victims, who I can personally indicate to you were very hesitant about coming to address the board. At some point when your victim advocate and the victim advocate here in court reached out, I know these families were very distressed. They wanted to write letters and they went back and forth about whether or not they would be able to address this panel, because I think you imagine this was opening some very old wounds and was very difficult for them. I want to just, I'm sorry. I didn't know if somebody was addressing me.
Yeah, nope, you're fine.
Okay, so I just want to offer some comments. At the outset, the state of Connecticut and the New Haven State's Attorney's Office would object to the early release of the release of Mr. Mercado at this time on any form of parole. He received an 80-year sentence in July of 1990. You have copies of the arrest warrants and you have copies of some of the information here. I will indicate to you I endeavor to get that to the board because we had some very old files. As you've already pointed out, Mr. Mercado entered pleas to 2 separate murders, and one of them was designated as a, quote, murder for hire, because you've heard evidence, and I think you've read the arrest warrants, that he was offered another person to, I don't think he ever collected, just to be clear, I think he admitted to that, but he was offered $2,000 to drive to a location for the purpose of shooting someone, okay? So we call that murder for hire. We're not talking about a situation where I know this board sees every time when you address these panels where young men, you know, teenagers or even older make rash, horrible decisions at the spur of the moment, perhaps carrying guns when they should not, and they're not illegal to be carrying them, and make horrible, bad, life-altering decisions for the person they killed and for themselves. We're talking about a decision that Mr. Mercado made to go to a location, to drive to a location, to be at a location for the sure express purpose of shooting another human being. And then he did the same thing a year later. So we're also not talking about situations where this board sees where somebody recklessly shoots or dangerously or intentionally shoots a firearm, hits the wrong person, hits somebody else. Talking 2 separate distinctive murders a year apart. And I know you look at in the background and you know, I know that the statutes have changed over the years, and I know there's a lot of factors that you look into, and the law does require to look at the age and the maturity and the decisions, the adolescent mind, the adolescent brain, but we're talking about an individual who, between one murder and another murder, never made a decision to say, maybe I shouldn't do the second one because I already did the first one. That calculation did not go in here. And it is very surprising for me to hear today, and I think for the board to hear that now all of a sudden a man who pled guilty to 2 murders, accepted responsibility in theory for pleading to those 2 murders and saving those 2 families you've heard from a criminal jury trial, was sentenced by Judge Ronan, one of the most iconic Superior Court. He just passed away about a year ago, but one of the most iconic Superior Court judges that I've had appeared in front of him or ever read about as well. Thought this was an appropriate sentence when he was sentenced. But now to hear that whether it was orchestrated as part of having this board grant him parole or tried to gain some perspective, now here we are 34 years later saying one of the murders that I pled guilty was convicted of, by the way, I didn't do that, which is very disturbing for the state. The August 23rd, 89 murder, I believe the board has copies of the arrest warrants. I believe the board has copies of the statements, the transcripts of the 2 statements provided Mr. Collazo. I have a variety of other documents that I shared with Parole Officer Bullard that I had to dig out of a vault here because the file was very old. I don't have transcripts of trial because there wasn't one, and I don't have any habeas or appellate court here decisions to do this to provide to you because it was a plea. But what I've gleaned from reviewing those files and reviewing the documents and reviewing the arrest warrants is on August 23rd, 89, Jerome Harrell was killed in the city of New Haven. He was a 21-year-old victim, a resident of the city of New Haven, as you've heard from his family. He was shot and killed by the defendant after the defendant had offered and had accepted the offer of $2,000 to drive to an area to kill another individual. And as the arrest warrant indicates, that was another young man by the name of Robert Henderson. But the defendant's conduct in attempting to locate or find Mr. Henderson actually killed 21-year-old Jerome Harrell. That murder, as was noted here, was a situation where he was hired or influenced by others to do so. But Mr. Mercado got into a vehicle, drove to that location in an agreement to take the life of another human being, although he didn't take the life of the human being that he intended to do. But as I'm sure you're aware, under the doctrine of transferred intent, the intent under the law to murder one person and then you murder another one is just as strong. And obviously he was convicted of that murder. In the other murder, as you've heard, one Kevin Collazo, who was a 17-year-old individual, was shot and killed. Mr. Collazo, at the time he was killed, it was also noted in the report that 2 minor children obviously suffered graze wounds or other, either from shrapnel or from property there. 2 minor children also were injured during the course of that. I think you might have recognized as well that in the first murder he was involved with, there's an allegation of him being with Mr. Fontanez in the first murder. And then a year later, we are in a situation where, according to the arrest warrant, going to murder Mr. Fontanez when we kill Mr. Collazo. Okay. So I think all that's important to point out. I would also note, again, with the state indication that the sentence that's been imposed that we think is appropriate, that was done by Judge Ronan. I would also point out that I don't know if I've heard correctly. You've looked at what he has done or not done while he's been incarcerated. I heard Mr. Collazo, and by the way, I have a variety of different names for him. Your records reflect Pedro Mercado. I have a Celestino Mercado as well on our records. There's also some nicknames that pop up in the arrest warrants. And I've heard how he hasn't been able to do some programming, whether it's one in this facility or that facility, and opportunities, and obviously under the DLC system and the parole system of when you may or may not be released when program becomes available. But I thought it was telling that we have an individual here who's been in the custody of the Department of Corrections for 34 years and has not decided to obtain his GED. If I heard that correctly, 34 years of what program you have, I believe that that opportunity is available in a variety of facilities, even if you're out of state. But if I've heard correctly now, it isn't until now that he's decided to obtain his GED. And I think that is also very telling on what he wants to try to convince this board of. Lastly, I would also indicate, and I hope that you will take into account, 23-169, the statute in which we're having this hearing, codified in Connecticut General Statutes 54-125A, has a variety of factors that this board has to take into account. But it's also controlled and referred by 54-300 when in the entire criminal justice system, whether it's courts, judges, lawyers, prosecutors, public defender attorneys, the parole board, the criminal justice system, and a whole variety of other actors are also looking at factors that are set up in the sentencing commission and the sentencing review statutes, where they note the purpose of sentencing and community safety is public safety and holding an offender accountable to the community, balancing the offense and making it proportional to victims in the community, looking at appropriate sanctions, including incarceration, community supervision. However, sentencing, the overriding goal is the reduction of criminal activity, the apportionment of appropriate sentencing, as well as encouraging fair, just, and equitable respect for the law while promoting that respect for the law. An individual who takes two lives of two different people and travels to do so, two young people of the greater New Haven community that lost their lives, two families are devastated. And based on all the factors that have been alleged today, the state would ask this board not to grant this status to Mr. Mercado at this time. Thank you for allowing me to address you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Doyle. At this time, Attorney Frank, if you have any final remarks you would like to make.
I do. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yes, I do. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I have written remarks, but I feel like I will probably also. So I'll first point out that Pedro Mercado was only 18 years old when he entered this system. He has been incarcerated for 34.5 years. That means he has lived in prison twice as long as he was on this earth before. He has, in that time, shown a profound rehabilitation, growth, and commitment to being a productive member of society. I'll point out his hearing today is not just a hearing because of a legal requirement, but also can be seen as a hearing that is enshrined in the humanity, redemption, and the principles enshrined in the landmark decisions which bring us today, including Miller v. Alabama, Graham v. Florida, Montgomery v. Louisiana. A point not often mentioned in these hearings is underscored in both Miller and Graham, which says that it is only the most heinous of crimes that would be brought before this board. If it were not the worst of crimes, we would not be looking at what is an effective life sentence. Or as Graham says, let's stop calling this a life sentence. It's a death sentence. That is the reason why why Mr. Mercado and any other person comes before this board in this sort of hearing. Those same cases recognize that juveniles are fundamentally different from adults. Their brains are not fully developed. They're more susceptible to peer pressure. They possess also a greater capacity for change and rehabilitation. These decisions underscore that sentencing juveniles to life's functional equivalent violates the Eighth Amendment prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. In Montgomery in particular, the court went further, holding that these principles must be applied retroactively, offering hope to individuals like Pedro, who were sentenced as juveniles and have since demonstrated rehabilitation. I'll also pause here to note that it is important to understand who Pedro was, what he was going through in his age at the time he made the decision to admit to a crime that he did not commit. Specifically, it is many of the factors that Miller lists: susceptibility to peer pressure. I'll point out that Pedro's case is a textbook case of these rulings. At 18, Pedro was a young man who had already endured significant trauma. As we mentioned, the murder of his father. He had dropped out of school. He had run away from his family supports. He now was living in Connecticut and found a new family that was caring for him, including the person who he was taking the blame for. It can't be underscored enough the amount of vulnerability and the desire of belonging, which 18-year-olds feel at the time, in trying to understand the decision Pedro made 35 years ago. Turning now to Pedro. So Pedro was sentenced to 80 years in prison. He did take a plea. Pedro has done nothing about his sentence since. Even when one pleads, one can file a habeas. I know that to be true as I'm in that unit. One can file an appeal. One can file a sentence modification. One can file for a commutation, none of which Pedro has done. Pedro comes before the board because the legislature has required that there be a hearing for him and a meaningful opportunity to be released if he has fulfilled the vision of Miller and he has shown rehabilitation and some other factors that I will outline later as contained in 4-125A parent G, which is the 23-169 we like to refer to. So Pedro's journey through incarceration has been marked by resilience and a commitment to self-improvement. Upon his transfer to Nevada many years ago, where he spent the vast majority of his time incarcerated, for 7.5 years, Pedro was placed in the most restrictive setting that also housed people that were convicted of capital offenses and could potentially receive the death penalty once their appeals were exhausted. Pedro, however, did not succumb to despair. He took it upon himself on his own to study for his GED more than about 25 years ago. He was not given any help, even though at this time as well, he was denied access to formal programming because of the restricted setting that he was in. His determination to continue to better himself continued until he was transferred to the Lovelock Correctional Center, which is where he is now. In between that time, in 2000, after spending out 7.5 years on the equivalent of death row, he spent the next 15 years in what really is the equivalent of Northern, but in a more general population. He now is at Lovelock Correctional Center, which from what I can tell is the equivalent of sort of like an Osborn. It was here that he met with his former cellmate, who is now a tutor at Lovelock Correctional, and he has been helping Pedro since 2018 to try to get his GED. He has successfully passed 3 of the 5, as noted, I believe, in his DIS, in his history, as well as the packet I submitted. Pedro was educated for the most part in Puerto Rico. When he moved to New York, he did take classes for English speakers of other languages. He was also enrolled in special education classes. So until 2018, Pedro had no support after Manson, in gaining his GED. It was not for lack of effort on Pedro's part, I just want to point out. And he has, to his credit, passed 3 of the 5. I know that he is on the cusp of taking his math portion as well. If the board does grant him parole today, that one of the advantages is he will be able to enroll in GED classes that would be able to cater to his language issues as well as the special education issues. In addition, I have talked to the Leadership Training Institute director, who indicated that for them to engage, they need a referral from the New York Department of Corrections, but that would, in all likelihood, he said I could be reasonably assured that would happen if he is, when he is transferred on an interstate basis, once he is in the custody of New York parole, that referral would be made. When I did have the opportunity to speak with him, he asked me many questions, including what sort of needs Pedro would have, including any special education needs, including any language needs, vocational needs. They have a comprehensive program, therapeutic needs that would help Pedro when he gets there. Pedro's rehabilitation is further evidenced by his conduct over the past 21 years. Since shortly after being transferred to the more normal area of what would be the equivalent of Northern, he has not received a single disciplinary ticket. He has mentored younger inmates, offering them guidance and support in a system that often dehumanizes and isolates. He saved the life of his cellmate during a medical emergency, demonstrating compassion and a willingness to help others, even in the most challenging circumstances. These actions are not those of a man who poses a danger to society, but of one who has learned the value of life and the importance of contributing positively to the world around him. Pedro does have a solid reentry plan. Admittedly, this was made harder by the fact that he does want to parole to New York. However, He will live with his sister Angela. Angela lives in Levittown, where he will have his own room and a strong support system. Angela is a librarian and a homeowner, and she has expressed her unwavering commitment to helping Pedro to adjust to life outside of prison. Additionally, Pedro will work with the Leadership Training Institute, which is a reentry program that will provide him with educational, vocational, and therapeutic support that he needs to thrive. Pedro's goals are clear. He wants to complete his GED, pursue certification as a certified nursing assistant, as he found that helping others in medical situations brings him a lot of satisfaction, and that is something he would like to continue to pursue. It is also an area where people are willing to hire people with records. And he would like to continue to mentor others by finding an organization in New York. These aspirations reflect a man who is not only ready to reintegrate into society, but who is eager to give back and make a positive impact. Turning to the legal considerations under the 23-169 hearing. Under Connecticut general statutes, the board must consider three key factors. One, whether there is a reasonable probability that Pedro will remain at liberty without violating the law. Two, whether the benefits to Pedro and society that would result from his release substantially outweigh the benefits of his continued incarceration. And three, whether Pedro has demonstrated substantial rehabilitation since the commission of his crimes. The evidence overwhelmingly supports granting Pedro parole under these criteria. He has shown that he can live without violating the law or even any rules. He has done so for over 2 decades. The benefits of his release are clear. Pedro will have the opportunity to reunite with his family, contribute to his community, and continue his journey of personal growth. In contrast, the benefits of his continued incarceration are negligible. Pedro has already served 34.5 years, far exceeding the 25-year benchmark suggested in the Montgomery v. Louisiana case for juvenile offenders. Keeping him incarcerated any longer would serve no rehabilitative or societal purpose. I will also note we talk often about people are in the custody of the Department of Corrections. In Pedro's case in particular, he has been in the Department of Corrections custody. He was placed in the most restrictive, perhaps inappropriately, setting available in Nevada, where there is no rehabilitation, where there is no need for rehabilitation for most of the people living there because they will die in prison. I understand that. However, that meant that it was on the Department of Corrections and not Pedro to find a place where he could go, where he would have the opportunity at programs. I'll also point out he informed you that he did write 15 years ago to come back. Pedro did write about 1.5 years ago to come back, I believe, year and a half ago, because I wrote as well. I was denied as well. I thought that Pedro being in Connecticut would facilitate his ability to be seen by the board. I understand that he's just a voice that you hear on a phone. And I understand it's not as persuasive for him not to be present, for you not to be able to see him, and also for us to be using terms that aren't as familiar to the board, that he didn't have the opportunity to take people, empowering people, or voices, because he's been in Nevada for 25 years. And those programs just simply aren't the same there. I'll conclude by saying there has been a lot of focus on the crime or crimes, but that the focus of all of the cases and of this statute are that one assumes that one has committed crimes, one assumes that the crimes were heinous in nature, and the question is, has he rehabilitated such that he would not pose a threat to society, that he will live at liberty without violating the law, and that his release is more of a benefit to him and society than his continued incarceration. Just in conclusion, Pedro Mercado is not the same person he was at 18. He has spent 2/3 of his life in prison, reflecting on his actions and why they occurred, growing and helping others. He has demonstrated that he has changed. He has earned the opportunity to prove himself outside the confines of prison walls. Granting Pedro parole is not just consistent with the law, it is consistent with the principles of justice as defined in our case law and statutes. It asks the board to grant Pedro Mercado parole, allowing him to return to his family, continue his education, and to contribute positively to society. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Frank. Attorney Doyle, you unmuted at some point during her statement. Is there something that you wanted to add?
No, I apologize if I did so. I was handling another phone call. I apologize to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to enter into deliberation, and we will give our decision very shortly. While I appreciate all of the input that has been given today and all the work that has gone into this hearing, I appreciate victims for writing in and providing their statements and their position on his release, and state's attorney for the information that he provided us to review prior to being heard today. It's being heard today. I heard a bunch of things in these statements, and I wrote down a few notes. And one of the things that Attorney Frank pointed out was that the sentence that he received was cruel and unusual, and that his continued incarceration would be negligible on our, and I would argue that because the nature of these cases are so heinous that we see, it's really up to the individual to prove to us or show us evidence that the amount of things that he's done to better himself or herself has risen to a level that would support his being released or returned into the community, and his being successful. While we can appreciate the fact that Mr. Mercado has remained ticket-free for a number of years, I just believe that his choice not to be moved to a facility where he could get the benefits of programming, even getting his GED, and I mean, there's more that he could have done to prepare himself for reentry. And we see people who have been down for a number of years, and they've taken every single program that VOC has had to offer. And we understand that based on his crime, that those were not offered to him in those facilities. But again, that boils down to his choice of being in a facility that doesn't offer the things that he needs to prove to us that he is ready to return to the community. No GED, no work history, no programs. I mean, aside from no tickets and his age, I'm really not sure what are the things we could use to gauge his suitability to be returned out into the community. So for me, I do believe that there's more work to be done. And I would suggest that Mr. Mercado advocates for himself to be returned to a prison where he can get some help, some additional help. I don't believe that my decision to deny the request today is negligible. I really do believe that there is more work to do and that he has time to, I mean, 2 people were killed, not just one, 2 people were killed. And then he has to do more than just not get any tickets to show us that he's ready to go out and be a successful contributing member of society. So my vote today in my position is going to be to deny his request for discretionary parole today, based on inadequate program participation, the nature of this crime, injury and impact to the victim and their families. Mrs. Sadowskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with all of you said, and I do hear in Mr. Mercado's voice that he wants to change. He's been mentoring and trying to work on his GED, but in the end, these are very serious crimes, and we need some evidence of change that we can point to and look at, that he's completed programs like we do for other people. And not just the programs, but the work experience and him gaining all these valuable tools so that way when he goes out, he can be successful like he wants to be, and I don't see where he's gained all of that information that we want to see. so that he can be successful and live productively when he gets out. He doesn't have his GED. He hasn't taken, the gang program like we see other people do. He was involved with drugs before. There's no drug programming. There's just really none of that. So for me today, I'm also a denial, and I'm open for a discussion with the both of you when we're ready for that about how we want to proceed with him.
Thank you. Ms. Palmer? So I don't disagree with much of what's been said. I do think that it's an unusual case in that Mr. Mercado has not been in Connecticut for over 20 years. I'm not sure that when I track where he's been incarcerated since 1990, having been at Northern for some time and then to Florida and then to not Nevada, but the prison in Nevada, where he essentially spent a little over 7 years in a maximum security type setting, to now since 2003, where he's what appears to be the equivalent of a medium security prison. Unlike Connecticut, it seems like their regulations from what we're learning are a little different, right? You can't have a job unless you have your GED. Right. You can't do programming unless you have a GED. I think it's kind of it's an oxymoron in the sense that he's struggling academically to obtain his GED, where if he were in Connecticut, he'd be going to school. We have teachers, and we don't know what that ability is in Nevada. So I don't want to find him negligent in the sense that he's been working on his GED for a long time and hasn't done any programs. It doesn't seem from what I could review that many have been available to him. Although, there is that phrase, you've made your bed, now you have to lie in it. He was transferred to different facilities because of his involvement with gangs in Connecticut, Florida, and that hence where he ends up in Nevada. So there is some responsibility that Mr. Mercado needs to accept for the way things have been for that time. His attorney mentioned, him being on a conference call as opposed to being in person. We don't get the full sense of Mr. Mercado. I'd like to say, no, this is not the typical way in which we have a hearing, but I thought Mr. Mercado did a very nice job expressing himself. He seemed to understand the questions. He seemed to be very thoughtful in his responses. I appreciate that despite not having done any programs, he was thoughtful in describing how he sees he has changed. I do think the lack of disciplinary reports is indicative of somebody making an effort, right? And wanting to show that he is preparing himself to be in the community. I think it's important that he does have support in the community. The fact that he talked to his sister last night, I think is a good sign that his family is still with him. I think that the statements by the victims' families, the fact that one victim was 15 years old, the other one also a very young person, it is tragic and heartbreaking to hear. I do not, as you do not find Mr. Mercado suitable for just parole today. I do think that in order for addressing the issue of public safety and addressing the ability for Mr. Mercado himself to be successful and have the ability to be productive and have the ability to be successful in the community, he needs to be afforded things, opportunities like you both have mentioned, whether it's programming or even job, right? Having job skills and facilities, we know transfers over to employment opportunities in the community. Right. And it is very unfortunate. I think we would all like to see Mr. Mercado in a situation where programs or job situations are made available to him. Hopefully, we're not able to do much about that, but hopefully his attorney after today's hearing, or Mr. Mercado, can work on that. I know that they said there were some requests. So, like you both, I do not find Mr. Mercado suitable for parole today. However, I would like to have a discussion about a possibility of hearing Mr. Mercado again. I mean, his end of sentence, his estimated end of sentence is 2057. So I do think that there's possibility of programming to be done, and to make him have at least some opportunity to present in a little bit more of a robust way.
I agree.
Whether or not that makes him parole eligible, we don't know.
So I appreciate your comments, Ms. Palmieri and Mr. Sazowskis. But one of the things that we didn't even speak about is what happens if something happens to his sister or his family support, and what he has no work skill, he has no way of earning an income. What is he going to do? He needs a plan B. And that starts, I think, with things there in the program, in the facility, or outsourcing. I don't know what needs to happen, but I'm not opposed to his coming back at a later date. He really does need to try to advocate for himself to be moved to some place where he can engage in programming and anything else that he can. I mean, doing nothing all day is troublesome. None of us are able to do nothing all day. I mean, right.
I think scheduling and it's part of being productive. And it's part of being successful. I also think that, it doesn't have to necessarily be programming. We would truly like to see, but some type of employment thing.
Yeah. So when are we talking about having to return?
I think 5 years is a reasonable place to start. That doesn't guarantee his parole at that date, but I do think it's not an unreasonable place to start.
I think that 5 years is, I think that's where I was too. So, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable. I think that there's so much still that he can do for himself. And hopefully he'll still be fairly young. He can still go out to the community if, he listens to what we're trying to say to him. We're not trying to punish him. We want to do our job, as noted several times, is to return those individuals that we believe that will be able to remain in the community at liberty and not return, but he has to show us something more than what he has. So I think that 5 years
negligent release.
Yeah, I see.
And let's not forget, it's two murder kids. That's two victims, and it's an 8%. So I think 5 years is more than reasonable.
I agree. All right. So our reasons for denial: inadequate program participation, within circumstance, evidence, not evidence of change of impact, yes. And we'll rehear him in February 2030.
So as far as what our suggestions are, it's like the things that we talked about, is education, job, and any positive program. Is that we okay with that?
Yeah, everything he can possibly, anything. Okay. So with regard to Pedro Mercado 185122, I move to deny discretionary parole based on inadequate program participation, the nature and circumstance of the crime, and the injury and impact to the victims. I further move to rehear him in 5 years, at which time he should refrain from incurring any additional disciplinary infraction and participate in any positive programs that he can possibly get into. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All right. So, Mr. Mercado, we couldn't support your discretionary parole here today. We do understand all the things that you are challenged with in being in that facility, but we would encourage you to try to do something about that location and try to get some help for yourself. Okay.
Sure.
Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Frank and Attorney Doyle.
Thank you to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the Public Act 23-169 hearing for Pedro Mercado in the number 185122, and it is 1:34 p.m.
Thank you.
All right, guys. This hearing has just ended right now. Really appreciate you guys tuning in. I'm gonna check out, because there's no more hearings right now. I'm gonna check if I could find some court hearings, and I'll go ahead and transition to that. Some other court hearings that I normally don't do, like Judge what's her name, Judge Boyd, and the two other ones. I'm gonna check if they're up. Anyhow, I really appreciate you guys tuning in. I am Kaleka James. This is You Have a Kaleka From. And like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we are out.